Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am One Lion, and we're jumping on in. I'm in the middle of trying to get synchronized scroll, synchronized swimming to work. Cleaning up a few things, getting myself ready, prepared for the stream. Still working on that part. I'm not ready. Do we have latest? Make sure we have latest. This is not a real change. So, as you can see, I am adding JavaScript interop. I anticipate needing JavaScript interop for the synchronized scroll because I don't know of another way to affect the scroll position of another element using Blazor directly using C#. Is there a CSS property? You know, if there's a CSS property, I doubt it. CSS property or scroll position. No, just scroll behavior. Like, we won't be able to update the scroll position, I'm assuming. Oh, that's position. An iframe. Anyway, doesn't matter. I don't really want to look for that anyway. The thing that I am wanting to do is, let's go ahead and start the app. I put purple or blue. Purple or blue. I'm choosing purple. Tasty. I'm choosing tasty. Okay, so the app should be running. Hello there. And here is a sample file. And the thing that I'm trying to get working right now is when, and then of course I'm going to need the initial scroll position too, but when is a raven when is this thing going to show us our preview window? All right, that worked. Our preview window is being weird. Why are you being weird suddenly? You were doing fine earlier. Did I completely break the preview button? I see some errors that I don't recall seeing before. Failed to load FileMapper.js because it's not called FileMapper. Yeah, so my JavaScript interop is going to be in a folder called scripts. FileMapper funcs is the name of the file with my JavaScript interop. And I can definitely show how we did the JavaScript interop. And I say we because you and I worked on it together. You don't remember? At a later time, maybe when we are porting this over to the open source version, because I am doing this in the core library. And thank you so much, Captain Commerce, for the resub. Arigato gozaimasu. Super duper kind of you. Okay, let's see if I can fix this. I hope you have been well and are enjoying your lurk. Obviously, no pressure, no requirement to do any kind of chatting. Dang, still. File mapper funcs.js is a dot components. Dang, man. Paying attention. And hello, Mars. I saw you over on TBD Gamers stream. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And Quisper's here. Hello, Quisper. Haven't seen you chat for a while, but I'm assuming you've been around at least a little bit on occasion. Right. So, since you are new here, Mars, to tell you what I've been working on, I mean, like TBD told you in his stream that I am working on work products, but specifically, to be more specific, I am working on a data import utility for data that we get back from a lab that does analysis on soil and water samples that we send to them, and they give us the results as a spreadsheet. It used to be that they gave us the results as a text file, as a fixed width text file that we were expecting the format of. But then we started using other laboratories, and those laboratories are just sending us CSVs or Excel files that have a first row that's going to be the header row, and then the rest of the rows are data, but they're not necessarily in the shape that we're expecting them to be. So this tool allows us to transform from whatever they send us to the expected format so that we can upload it to our database, do the record checks and all of that stuff. And the grand picture of what I do for my job is I manage and maintain dev.azure.com a million billion different repos, or a million different apps for the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. And they are mostly apps that are geared towards environmental cleanup and reporting and compliance and all of that fun stuff. So a lot of these projects are web apps that were originally converted from JSP applications or VB6 applications to either .NET Framework MVC applications or VB.NET WinForms applications using .NET Framework as well. And eventually the majority of them got converted to Blazor. We still have a couple, I think only one, maybe two .NET Framework. Yeah, two .NET Framework applications and one VB6 or one VB.NET WinForms app. So those will get converted to Blazor as well in due time. But yeah, Captain Commerce says it's been a bit hectic. Just got a pseudo promotion about 3 weeks ago. Nothing official, but given the responsibilities, how's things in your world? And speaking of, got an impromptu ping, so I'll be back to lurk for that. Oh man, that was a lot of texts, man. Okay, thank you. I have a lot to do. But yeah, just to give you an example of some of the applications, keep in mind that when I originally converted these applications, when I originally got to this job, it was my role to convert all of these WebSphere JSP applications. So every single one of these that is a web application from the ArcGIS interop web adapter, I think is what it's called. And then all of these applications here, except for test app, these were all the web applications. And then the desktop VB applications are somewhere else. I have no idea where they are. But yeah, I'm assuming this was my original conversion to .NET Framework. That's what these are. Yeah, my initial conversion to .NET Framework. I just keep this yeah, this project for posterity so that I can do this. And then DDMS was one of the desktop apps that used to be a VB6 that then got turned into a where even is the stuff? Those are the supporting docs. I don't know where any of my stuff is. Repos. Yeah, good. Okay, so here is the VB.NET application along with DDMS tools. And then here is the Blazor version. So this is the first app that I converted. So anyway, point is I needed to take all of those apps, convert them to a Microsoft product, or upgrade them, modernize them for the time that I was doing it, which again, .NET Framework 4.7.2. MVC applications were the thing to use. .NET Core was becoming more popular, but I wasn't familiar with it enough to be confident to convert the apps easily. So I needed to do those quickly, so I pretty much did a straight port of the web UI. I pretty much took all of the HTML and CSS and just said, all right, this is what we're using for the UI. It wasn't until I started messing with Blazor that I started trying my hand at UI design and updating the apps. So when you see these applications, they're not going to look great. They're going to be functional line of business applications that do what the end user is expecting them to do in a somewhat familiar format. So let's start with I would say the worst designed one first, which is RTrek. This login page, I did this on purpose. I thought I was starting to create a good design for a login screen. And then when I finished it, I'm like, that just kind of looks like it's from the 90s. And this was around 2018, 2019. So not really proud of that. And then this is all from the original design here. So this background, these titles, the layout of everything, this first one being blue and the rest of them not being blue. I didn't really understand that. This menu, I did make the menu more easy to use, but it's still not great looking. So that's one of them. The next one that still is a .NET Framework application that looks very much like the original app. In fact, it is almost shot for shot the same as the original app, is this vegetation monitoring application. It does work better than the original app did because there were a lot of bugs and things that just didn't function the way they were expecting it to, but it still looks the same. Like the reports especially were terrible in the original. So this report here did not appear correctly in the browser, but it does now. And then the printer-friendly version did not have a good way of formatting itself to the page. And so there were a whole bunch of things that needed to be done to fix it that I can't remember what. No, I can't remember what needed to be done to get this thing to fit on the page correctly. But there is a thing to do to get it to fit on the page correctly. So it looks pretty terrible. Oh, custom? No, I can't remember. It doesn't matter. We're not working on this app at the moment, but we will work on it in the future. Anyway, so those two apps. And then my first Blazor application, the one that I was learning Blazor on, which is probably not a great idea, but it was very appropriate for this to be the first application that I used for Blazor because it was a VB6 desktop application, and the types of data entry and stuff that users used it for was perfect to turn into a Blazor application, single page application. And so here's my first foray into it. this was my first full, I'm doing this design thing from scratch. And this is what we got. So it's a full document management system with advanced querying for the documents that get uploaded. We have over 300,000 PDF documents with information that needed to be searchable and retrievable. Anyway, so I'm going to stop showing off the apps there because I do need to get back to the current project I'm working in. But before I do that, Mars said, I got my coding start writing modifications for an ERP system. I read that so wrong. I got my coding start writing modifications for an ERP system for an MFG company. I don't know what MFG company is, but I'm assuming something financial group in VB.NET. Then I transitioned to IT manager for a couple of smaller companies, updating and maintaining ERP systems before transitioning into director of operations for a small fabrication company. Now I do coding for fun. Awesome. That's fantastic that you're able to still do coding whenever you feel like it. I'm building a programming sandbox game, an AI chatbot, and Twitch and Discord integration, writing scripts for Space Engineer, and modifications for Factorio. Sounds like you're having a ton of fun with software development, so yeah, welcome in. Welcome. Okay, the thing that I'm wanting to do is to, oh man, I forgot that I want to sync both tables, but we're going to do one at a time. We're going to synchronize the scroll of the preview table. So this is our preview output that we got from transforming this data. So when I scroll this table on the left, I want the table on the right to synchronize its scroll. And the thing is that all of these rows should match 1 for 1, same number of rows, same height, same everything. So the scroll position of this div, apparently the scroll is on the div. Oh dear. That's good to know. The scroll is on the div. The scroll is on the div. Okay, that's not going to be helpful. So anyway, when we scroll in this div, I want the scroll position to be the same scroll, I want the scroll position of my preview div to match the scroll position of the vertical scroll position of my imported data grid is what we'll call it. And so to get that started, I created a JavaScript library for, I guess it's a TypeScript library with one file in it with a whole bunch of functions for doing things like scroll element into view, or synchronize the scrolling itself. And so synchronized scrolling, you provide the target that you want to scroll when you scroll the source. And so I am doing this backwards. So this is the thing that we want to scroll, that we want to affect the scroll of. Yeah, and that's going to totally mess up my thinking on what remove scroll is, because the remove scroll happens on the source. So what happens when you want one source to control the scroll position of multiple targets? Yeah, that's going to be fun to think about. For now, let's just get one working. let me make sure that my comments that I accepted from Copilot are correct. So target the element selector of the element to scroll when the source is scroll. That's exactly what I want. And I do remember updating that. Okay, so then this would be, just to name things the same, this would be source element ID or selector. Same with you, source elemref. Okay. And so I'm going to update you as well. Dude. Okay. So there we go. Man, what is up with you, Throat? Stop it. You'd think that I haven't talked much all day. All right. So we have a couple of JavaScript interop functions that we can use in order to affect this. So the way to do this is I am going to have a parameter on my data set component. That doesn't make sense to do. It needs to be on the data table component. But how am I going to get it to the data table if the data table is being displayed via the data set? Gurgles. Okay, so here is my data table. Let's just start with data table. We're going to add a parameter. That says public public what? I want this to be another data table. The problem is, again, that I won't have a reference to the data table itself from the data set. At least not yet. So we are still going to make it a data table display. So the specific component that we're using. Oh my gosh. I'm making this super complicated. Anyway, so the data table display, that will be synchronize scroll position with. Great name. I am perfect at naming things. Who's my client? It is the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. It's actually Navarro who holds the prime contract with the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. Not National Park. But this is the place that had, back in the 1940s, started building chemical weapons. They got rid of the chemical weapons by breaking them down into their volatile and safe components, discarding the safe components correctly, burying the volatile components underground so that, the earth would do its natural processes to disperse the chemicals and stuff. Unfortunately, that in combination with selling off part of the land to a pesticide manufacturer who didn't really dispose of their waste properly. They just dumped it into the nearby river. They ended up contaminating a lot of the land of not only the arsenal at the time, so it was a military arsenal at the time, but the surrounding communities. There were birth defects, there were animals born with multiple heads, birds were dying left and right. It was just a disaster, like a literal disaster. And so the Environmental Protection Agency came in and said, you guys need to clean everything up. And so it became a Superfund site where all efforts were on shipping out all of the contaminated soil and replacing it with good soil. So literally digging all of this up and moving it into a place that is safer to decontaminate the soil itself. So all of the cleanup was successful. In fact, it was so successful that they opened up, they demilitarized the arsenal, opened it up for to be a wildlife refuge now. And so you'll see a million billion different types of birds and deer and bison. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a really nice place though. My wife and I do go for walks on some of the trails on occasion. You get a really good view of the Rockies. Although this is Rocky Flats, but you still get a good view of the Rockies. So this is Denver in the distance with the Rockies behind it. And on a clear day, you can see the mountains super duper clear. It's really nice. It's very nice. But yeah, so the thing that we're doing now though is because we have these lakes and rivers and trails and a whole bunch of wildlife, we send off random samples of soil to labs for them to test and random samplings from wells for the labs to test for various analytes, different chemicals, and make sure that they are below the reporting limits. And then we put out tons and tons of different what are they called? Reports and stuff that you can see here. I'm zoomed in so far. Where are the reports? Where are the reports? Newsroom? Baby bison looks so funny. Library. You go to library and you go to stuff like our annual summary report. And they changed the page. Hello? Anyway, there's somewhere that you can go that has the annual summary report, and you'll see charts and graphs and the map itself from our ArcGIS from RMA Water. And that comes up a lot. I mean, it's not a concern, Gilgamesh. It's just, one, it's locked down only to a handful of users, so we don't have a whole bunch of users. So anything that is suspicious, I'll be able to see very quickly. Two, yeah, I don't know. Just, it's not that big of a concern. I wouldn't be streaming if it was. Let's do this. Click on this. Okay, so they use this app to generate charts and reports, and then they take the reports. Oh, I don't know. Give me something. They take the reports, they print them, and put them. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah. Just fix the margins and stuff, and it's fine. And then they put them in PDFs and in official documentation with write-ups and stuff like that, and then distribute them to the different environmental agencies like CDPHE, EPA, others that I couldn't name. Okay, so back to this. So the thing that I'm wanting to do is when we display the preview table, I want a way to tell the preview table on after render. Protected override on after render. Which means that we need the JavaScript module in here. So let's do that first. Private, private. I can't think right now. Come on, get in gear. Private data. What is this called? File mapper JS module. File mapper JS module. And then we'll have the private file mapper JS module that we can use. And that's going to be that. I need the JS runtime. Man, I am not doing a good job of using my words either. Inject, allow null. Like trying to respond to your question about whether the streaming the code projects is safe, that just throws me. I don't really like trying to think about that too hard. I have given it a lot of thought, and I'm relatively certain that our applications are not in danger. Yeah. And then I just keep thinking about it. JS runtime, set. I know. Okay, stop running for now. We get our file mapper, and if first render and not string is null or white space, the synchronize scroll position. Nope, it's just a component reference. So is not null. Hello, 8 bits per play. Happy Wednesday to you. Words. Okay. Yeah, may as well. What I need to do is, if we have a synchronized scroll position with parameter specified, that is going to be a data display table. And that data display table, we need to grab the ID of the table, which means that our data table is going to need a public ID. And the way that I usually do the IDs for the table is I use a GUID. A read-only property with a GUID, but I want it to be, I don't know, I need the formatter. The last 5 characters of the GUID. And then I concatenate that with the table name, or I mean, like a suffix, like data table. Okay. And since it's public, it needs XML comments, not the oh my goodness, the ID of the data table. Cool, good. Which means that we need to use that ID. ID equals @ID. Good dog. And we can now target that table by saying Return file mapper.js module dot synchronize scroll with my table's ID, the thing that I want to scroll when I scroll this table's ID. You are a value task. So we need to as task you. And now I did add a couple of other parameters onto this method. One of them being whether we want to sync vertical or sync, and the other being whether we want to sync horizontal or not. And I have them defaulted to the way that I want to use them, but that also means that you will have access to this method, to this JavaScript module, so you can use it for your own purposes and say, I also want to sync the horizontal scrolling or whatever. Gosh, there's going to be so many notifications. You there. Inherit doc. No. Flash. 8-bit says, more like cold. How is everyone enjoying today? More like cold day. Woke up with no power. Bloody how cuddle with my reptiles to keep them warm. Love city outages. Bloody how to cuddle. What? Bloody how to cuddle. We'll get there. Have you noticed GitHub randomly removing stars for repos? I had a couple of your repos starred and noticed they are no longer starred. I haven't noticed because I don't keep track of it. It's not really something that I have been paying attention to. I didn't even realize how many of these were starred. And there's even one that got forked. Awesome. Although it's not actively forked. Interesting. I will try to do a better job of keeping them cleaner, or of actually making them clean to begin with. Oh man. So now to use this on our data file mapper component. Yes, on our data file mapper component, we need to capture a reference to the data table that is being displayed in a data set currently. It'd be really hard. How am I supposed to do this? I'll think about this in a second. 8-bits then says, I just have a filtered list for starred repos and noticed it was no longer on my list. Yeah, I did not know that they do that. You would assume that they wouldn't. Is it possible that I haven't deleted anything from GitHub that I'm aware of? So, but still, is it possible that I deleted the repo? Or that it doesn't exist anymore? Is it because it's stale? Like if it was the component library, for example, it is super stale. I do want to update it and clean it up. Yeah, it's probably because it's stale. Enumerable, remove all, hybrid globalization. Don't need this anymore. Scott helped me fix that by adding another. If you do happen to have a hybrid globalization error in a deployed Blazor WASM app, one thing that you can add to your CS proj is this Blazor WebAssembly load all globalization data. Anna Sass Dev. I'm losing my voice. It is super duper kind of you to continue rating us. How Very, very nice. I'm good now. I found it. Except it's still trying to run away. Anyway, how are you doing? What were you working on? It couldn't have happened to be anything to do with some kind of storyboarding, building, writing application. And is tired of babysitting me, says Stony Eagle. It's up to you to take over. Well, lucky for you, the babysitting on this channel happens in an automated way. If you need any kind of guidance, then you just, before you type any chat, just type @automated realms and then type out your chat and the babysitting will commence. Provided I am actually loaded. What? Okay. That was a bit much there, automated realms. So we're going to have you clear history. Try again. Try again. Let's not do that. Anna says, good. In the first part of the stream, we did that exactly. Second part, we did the foundations on our own dependency container, not built on Microsoft dependency container. You just love doing all of the things yourself, which is awesome and amazing to see. That's why I hang out on your streams. I love the way you work. Bits was greeting Anna. Stony Dev said hello. And then wah to Automated Realms' response. That was crazy. I don't even know what it responded. So I just said hi to Automated Realms and it says, hi there, One Lion. Nice to see you. And then it kind of posted a message like it was from itself. What's going on, everyone? And then a message from me. And then I told Automated Realms I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Automated Realms told me that's great to hear. Then if anyone else wants to share their day, feel free to do so. And then I said to Automated Realms, I've been keeping busy with some coding projects. Automated Realms said to me, that's awesome. I said to Automated Realms, it's always great to, or no, that's awesome, One Lion. It's always great to see people pursuing their passions. And then I said to Automated Realms, I've been working on a programming sandbox game and AI chatbot with Twitch and Discord integration. That's not what I've been doing. That's what Mars has been doing. That's what Mars is doing. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Projects will be a great success. And I say, I'm just doing it for fun, not for profit. And then it said back, that's a very noble endeavor. It's always great to see people sharing their knowledge and passion with others. And then I said, I appreciate that sentiment. I'm just happy to be able to contribute to the community. Good grief, Automated Realms. Hallucinate much? Anna said, well, see, for my game engine, I have a DI container, or having a DI container I control is a lot better than working around the DI of Microsoft because I have issues. I think that's it. And Stony Eagle says, rolling your own is fun. I do it too. I do that with Blazor components and class libraries and a lot of extension methods and stuff. And then Anna said to 8-bits, doing good. Just some issues with my sense of why am I rolling my own whatever here? Because it's so much fun. Is still following me around, says Mars to Tricky Lady. And Tricky Lady says, hi. Hey, Lions, how's your day? How many hats and beanies does your hat collection contain? Exactly 0. Then Stony said, we don't usually tell streamers this, but the viewers are actually the ones babysitting the streamer. True. True. Anna says, I do it for too many things. I made my own discriminated unions library because I didn't like the syntax of one of and is more performant. I don't know why I do these things. I just do. And then, but your ears get cold. I have one of those fuzzy headband thingies that are like wide and they only go around your forehead when I go out and shovel. And most of the time my hair takes care of it. Still got drinking problems. Forgot how to drink water. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, it's fuzzy headband winter earmuff things. Kind of like these, I guess. More like this. Whew. Okay. Back to work. Feel free to continue chatting. I will do my best to respond. But I'm going to continue with my workday. Okay, so we just talked about getting a reference to the data table, but we got to do it from inside of the data set. And so I think what I'm going to do is add an event callback. Oh. Unselected data table changed. Data table display. Do you have the actual data table reference itself? And is that data table public? It sure is. Awesome. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is have this give back a data table display. Am I? Okay. Which means that I need a reference to that data table display. Data table display. Data table ref. Like so. Then our actual data table display is down here somewhere. No, in our data set. All right, thank you so much for lurking, Tricky Lady. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate your energy in this place. So we need a reference to this element. So there it is. Am I returning a data table display nullable? I am. Good. The issue is going to be making sure that this gets called on after render. So private string prev nullable string prev data table ID. And what we're going to do is on after render. Do I already have an on after render? I do not. Protected override task on after render async is if the data table ref dot You're called instance ID. Did I make instance ID a inherited? Anyway, hold on. One thing at a time. Does not equal the previous data table. Then we set the previous data table ID to the current data table ref ID. And then we notify that the data table changed. Yes, good. Very good. Otherwise, we just return base. You are not late, Dukasoft. You are perfectly on time. And thank you. Oh, man. I can't believe that I forgot to do that myself. For those of you that don't know Anna Sasdev, as you can tell, she does everything herself. So if you're interested in watching the ins and outs of code, the deep insights of code, then check out her streams. Not only is she super duper talented, but she is awesome to hang out with. And it's always a great time on our stream. Oh, and the noise, by the way, if you're still listening, the noise that Adhere makes is quack. And it's so weird because she does that all the time on Princess Tutu, the anime. But I can't find any scenes of her doing that. Who am I trying to learn code red? Wow. Okay. 2 dad jokes. Dad joke number 1. Today, a girl said she recognized me from a vegetarian club, but I'm sure I've never met her before. Wow. And I think it might be spelled K-U-A. I mean, according to other things that I've seen, if that was Japanese, that's how I would spell it. Ku-wa. But the sound a duck makes, that Japanese... the onomatopoeia for the sound a duck makes in Japanese is not kwa. So it's really hard to find. So Japanese sound for duck. It is ga, ga, ga. Which makes more sense. So I think Ahiru is the only one that says kwa. Kwa. So I can't really find out how to spell it, is what I'm trying to say. Ofu. 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 Thought the sound a duck made was waddle waddle. You only played 8 different versions of that on Big Kamey's stream. But yes, there is no such thing as being late to this stream. The time that you show up to the stream is exactly the time that you are intended to be at the stream. Okay. So we have a way to get the data table display element. And this will happen on after render, which means that if this reference updates because this table re-renders, then we will hit this thingy here. I'm actually going to console log it for now. Updating data table display reference. And then we're going to test this with both a worksheet that only has one, an Excel workbook that only has one worksheet, and an Excel workbook that has multiple worksheets, and then switch between the data tables within that to see if it gets called correctly. So let's do that. Waddle waddle. Oh, I didn't do my thing today. Welcome to the stream. For today's stream, we will be working in Vital. And yeah, we're gonna have some sound design fun. So get out your calculators. Oh, can you actually hear that? No, good, because it's super loud. This is what's called a sawtooth wave, or a saw wave, and you can see that it's a saw wave because, well, it kind of looks like a saw. To change shapes, you can go over here. Right, these are oscillators, and oscillators are just that. They oscillate ors. So instead of oscillating ands, they oscillate ors. Last time they tried to use oscillate hands, but that didn't work out too well as far as sound design. So anyway, a sine wave is one of those things that you get in a hearing test, and it says, can you hear this? If you can hear this, raise your right hand, or, you know, if you can hear this, raise your left hand. So anyway, the pan is for changing the size of the dish that you're going to use to cook these oscillate ors. So if you want a smaller pan, then you just move it all the way to the left. If you want a bigger pan, you move it to the right. Yeah. Use the pan. Unison is like my Aunt Mary's cousin's brother's younger sister, which of course her cousin's brother is not also her cousin. It's complicated. Yeah. Let's see if I can find this. Hey, you opened on the right screen. Image line. So I'm going to take you through a tutorial on how to use Vital. And so in order to use Vital, what you have to do is manipulate these knobs and move things around until you get something that looks like this. And when you do, then you can play notes. And you have yourself a nice guitar sound. Yeah, so that's the tutorial. Hope you liked it. Like and subscribe. Okay, that was fun. It was me on YouTube. In case you want to see that tutorial again. It really does feel like that sometimes. So as you may know, after my streams, after my workday on Monday through Thursday, I am doing music stuff, and right now that involves doing tutorials for things like Vital or other frequency sound generator thingies, tools. The next one that I plan on looking at is called GMS, I think. But there are others out there like Serum. Vital is just free, and you can do a billion really cool things in it. So anyway, I'm watching tutorials on it, and I'm following along with the tutorial to understand how the things work. Thankfully, I found someone, their YouTube name is in the mix. I do want to give them a shout out. They're amazing at describing these things. But they, a lot of the tutorials are, here's a quick and easy way to get this kind of sound. First, turn this knob to this value, turn this knob to this value. And then they zoom the screen out, and there's like 4 other things that are set up on the side that they didn't talk you through. And then they're like, and then just play a chord, and then it sounds beautiful. And it's like, but you added effects, you added macros, you added an LFO that is completely different than the shape that you zoomed in and told us to set up. And you turned on filter number 1, and you're setting oscillator 1 to filter 2, but you didn't tell us to do that. It's like, wave hands. Look, it works. You can make this sound too. But anyway, In the Mix does not do that. He goes through all of the controls in detail, gives the information about them. You learn a billion things. I'm about to watch a Venus Theory video, who is also another fantastic sound and music person on YouTube. Can recommend. No build. Right. And then you need data table display, and then you'll be data table dot data table. Data table, data table, data table, data table. Okay. I think that'll work. That'll do what I want it to do, right? So let's try building and running again. So I did want to show Vital. That was the whole point of that. I am having a ton of fun with Vital. I will show it again because this is super exciting. This is something that I do want to stream on a different channel eventually. Like the entire learning process of using this synthesizer is a blast. But I wouldn't want to subject people that are here for software development content to it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that I just want to show, and maybe I can get the sound output to go through the right speakers. Vital. This thing that I pulled up here, this sound clip is me singing one note, and like I had multiple recordings of the same vocal part of myself trying to get it just right. And so I chopped that up. I took one note of one of those tries and I threw it in here as a wave table. So normally you see a waveform, look like this. You see a waveform look like this, and that is a snapshot of one point in time along a wave table. So if I played this at the right speed, it would be me singing that note, or singing that note. And then you add processing stuff. I forgot what you were on, Flanger. And you were on quantize. And then you add a whole bunch of processing to it. This thing here controls a distortion amount that I'm using Bit Crusher on, and it makes a really cool guitar sound. This one here controls the I thought it controlled this. Is that you? Things aren't being controlled. Why aren't you actually controlling the amounts? Okay, well, this filter here, this controls this LFO, the amount of this LFO to apply to my volume. So this LFO, which is a low frequency oscillator, is controlling the volume level here. So it's more of a pluck kind of sound. But the sound that this thing ended up making from my terrible audio voice thingy, well, I wouldn't say it's terrible. I didn't need very much cleanup. It's just that my timbre is not the best, and I could use a lot of, oh my gosh, leave me alone. How do I tell you? Aha. Okay, so if I made my output go to this one, for example, you'd be able to hear it. I wish I had my my keyboard hooked up to this computer. But let's turn the music down for a second. If I hold just like 3 notes, for example, then because of the because of all of the processing that I put on it, it's making the sound just morph, and this is called a soundscape. So it's really, really easy to make soundscapes. And when I was listening to this, I was like hearing these higher voice echo things and just letting it play for 5 minutes, and you can kind of hear a melody in there. So I could picture putting this as like the bottom layer of a song and then putting melodies and stuff on top of it. But again, when you use these knobbies, turn this up so you can hear what the distortion does. It kind of has that like dystopian future. They hold one note for the soundscape and then they turn it into this kind of shaky, rocky sound. Um, and then this here is just, like I said, that saw wave. But if I wanted to soften it, and we get that nice sound. Yeah, exactly. And again, this is just me going la or some word. And that's all that this wave is. And so I have this random, this slow random oscillator controlling this. And yeah, you just control all the things. You control the beats, so it's no longer going bum 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 bum. It's just now sustaining that note. All of the effects, if I change this, we get a more stereo sound as it gets out of phase with itself. Quack, quack, quack. One of the other things that I did was played with the chorus, spreading it out more across the audio channels. A delay. So yeah. I was proud of that. I was like, I did not expect to be able to make something like this just by watching 2 minutes of a tutorial on what these knobs do. I was like, I get it now. And everything just snapped. And I was like, oh, this is filtering out the actual sound. So this is the frequency up here that I'm filtering out the higher notes. This is the lower note frequencies. And yeah, the mod wheel is supposed to be controlling. Oh yeah, it is. It is actually controlling this thing sliding forward and back. So if I wanted to, I could open up the envelope and close the envelope. And yeah, good stuff. Fun time. So that's what I've been spending a lot of my times doing recently. Yes, that's the one. So crash course, you get 3 oscillators. Again, in an oscillator, all you do is you load a wave, which is what this 2D is. Don't worry about the quantize and all this stuff yet. You load a wave, and I'm going to turn it down because saw waves are usually pretty harsh. Actually, let's initialize. Initialize, please. Basic shapes. Excuse me. And then, so the reason that this looks like it's just kind of jumping between shapes is because they made a wave table where it's here is however many seconds of a sine wave, of a flattened sine wave, of a saw wave, of a whatever the other ones are. So you're just kind of scrubbing through that to each, oh, sorry, bell wave, and then saw wave, and then square wave. So yeah, you're just changing that. So as you're changing that, the sound that gets output, so this gets played at however many hertz, depending on the frequency of the note that you're pressing. So this is what a sine wave sounds like. Again, you're used to hearing them in hearing tests. And then what was next? A bell wave? Oh, a flattened sine, a bell, saw, square. And then these are like phase sounds. So you start with that basic sound, and then you start doing things like when you hit the note, how long do you want to hold it, and at what volume do you want to hold it at, and how long do you want to take to get to that volume. So I want it to hold at this volume, or I want it to hold at this volume, or I want it to, when you hit the note, it plays it and then dies off. And you can already hear the 8-bit sounds. You can just do whatever you want with that. Anyway, you change the curve for how to get there. The other knobs, the attack, decay, sustain, and release, you'll get used to hearing those. But the decay is how fast does it decrease in sound when you let go of the note. Sorry, that's release. What is decay? Oh, how long does it take before it gets to that hold volume? Sustain is what volume do you want it to hold at? Release is how long do you want it to take when you let go of the key to stop making a sound? But here's where the magic happens. Single note. Sure, we'll give it a little bit of a release, but as soon as you start playing with these settings here, then it becomes something. So I'm turning up the number of voices and changing the detune between those voices to be a little bit lower. And when I play this note, it's like, wow, that just completely changed the sound. And you can hear what happens as you change the detune. Number of voices. Oh, I love it. And then phase is just, so when this wave plays with another one, they can be perfectly in phase. Oh man, I'm gonna get lost in this because I love this. They can be perfectly in phase like this, and so you're here two of the same note, and just to kind of give you the octave sound. So they're perfectly in phase, but if I wanted this thing so that they're not playing the same peak at the same time, then I will shift the phase over. And now they're slightly out of phase, so you can hear the two different notes. Why isn't it changing? Hello? Oh, these knobs don't work unless you choose something down here. Yeah, you can actually see it up in the wave that's being played, where the one note is being played at a different offset than the other. So anyway, point is, you get 3 total oscillators. These oscillators can be sent through a filter. Oh, let's just do one oscillator. So the filter is just cut off the frequencies up to this point, but there are different ways that you can set up that filter, where you can have more low end, more high end. Where exactly is the note being played? And how much of this is actually, oh, sorry, that's key. How much of this is actually taking effect? That's usually controlled by the mod wheel. So that's fun. Let's see that we can let you go higher. Okay. Fun times. Fun times. Oh, wow, this did, oh, because it was, wait, what? That doesn't actually control it anymore? Weird. Anyway, yes, 3 oscillators that you can make their waves do weird stuff together. If you happen to have an audio file, usually recommend picking a short audio file. You can drag and drop the audio file into any of the oscillators. So for example, Dropbox music. Nope. Music. Lyrics. Nope. I have trouble finding where I put all of my audio clips. Well, here, how about a sound effect? Because these are short. So I'm just grabbing a file. This is me recording a 5-gallon jug that was partially filled with water. So it goes boom. And you have 3 ways to bring it in. A wavetable, which we already saw. Just looks like this. It takes the entire clip and breaks it into all of its individual waves at each point in time. You have vocoder, which is the thing that makes it kind of pitch match a specific note and tone to make it almost sound like speaking. I guess it's kind of hard with a transient hit and then trails off to an echo. Oh, right. Plus this is on. But yeah, you can pretty much take any wave so that you're not just using the same wave that everyone else is, one of those basic waves, and you're able to shape it, transform it, make a nice sound that is uniquely yours, especially if it was you singing a note, for example. Then it's like no one else has that sound because it comes from something you recorded with your equipment, with your environment, with your setup. So yeah, bring this here. Change this like this, make this 1/8, and then you tell this to control the volume. So an LFO, it plays one time through beginning to end. And then if you have it triggering itself, then it will play again. It will just keep repeating. And it'll apply whatever this shape is to whatever you have it controlling. But same thing with envelope. Envelope, you apply it to whatever you want. And that thing will follow the shape of this, but an envelope, again, has that attack, decay, sustain, release. And the delay is just when do you want the sound to start? And then attack is how long do you want it to take before it gets to its peak sound? And then hold, which I didn't know was a thing. Cool. Okay, so there's another control in Vital that I don't think you normally get in other synthesizers, but it's called hold, which is how long do you want the note to stay at the top before it starts decreasing to your sustain? I like that. I'm gonna have to play with that. That's cool. Okay, anyway, that's it. That's Vital. I'm gonna get off the music kick now. And then forget that I have this computer set to play Vital output through some speaker that I don't have. But again, in the future, I will be streaming on 11 Creative, is what I called the channel. And it'll be music or anything that has to do with creativity, story writing, music, and art. All right, that was a really good rebrief. So now back to work. Crack that whip. Do 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 do. Oh, I guess I can turn the music up. Unless you guys prefer it without music, which I am absolutely open to just keeping the music off. It has text to wavetable. Yes, so many features in it. I didn't even show you the effects chain. You do only get one of each type of effect that it offers. So stuff like chorus, which just kind of adds voices as well, but spreads them in a different way. The echo kind of delay, reverb, a compressor, a 3-band compressor, which is pretty good. It's a really good compressor. A 3-band equalizer that I have trouble with, so I don't use it very often. A distortion, and one other thing that I can't think of. Yeah. So yeah, everyone has Mojo to thank for that, who came in and had to step away. Zaid came in. I hope you're doing great. Are you currently in your time off, your forced time off? Wait, where's my dockable toolbar? Oh my gosh. Dockable toolbar. ¿Dónde estás? Oh man, that's no good. That's weird. The only thing that we did was added an event handler, or updated an event handler. This is no es bueno. Oh, right. And then I did have it doing some console logs, so we can see when it re-renders if it is calling the right thing. It's not. Noni. Noni, noni. Yeah, so we're watching on after render. And this is the thing that's going to tell us. Maybe it's not printing out in our browser console. Yeah, it's not. Okay, so we are getting the display. That means that if I regular F5, which puts us in WASM mode, I hope, we should be seeing it here now. Because we don't have access to the dev console and Blazor server, but I'm not seeing it here. But we are definitely seeing it here. F5. And then it shows, and then we'll see update. It is doing it before the table appears. To data table with ID this, which we're going to print out null. If it's empty. Okay. Let's see this again. But here's my dockable tool. What are you doing, dockable toolbar? You are not being helpful. Okay, so yes, we are getting the ID for the table that we're going to use. So it doesn't even matter if it's rendered or not. That's perfect. That's good. And if we look in our DOM, we're going to see that this table here has an ID of BBD44-data table. BBD44-data table is what we're looking for. Perfect. Okay, so with that said, in our data file mapper, we are now receiving the data table that is currently being displayed in our data set. No, we're not. We need to hook up our callback. Wait, yes, we are. It's right here. And so we need another variable, private data table display, imported data table ref thing duca is going to be the data table that we get passed in. And we're going to call you data table ref. Cool. We're going to make you nullable, put you with all of the rest of the variables. That's a const, that's why you're there. UI parameters, internal callbacks, allow null. We'll put you here. Cool. Why? 2 more jokes. Have you heard of the band 1023 megabytes? They haven't got a gig yet. Other bot says, last night me and my girlfriend watched 3 DVDs back to back. Luckily I was the one facing the TV. That what do you say to that? What can you do? What do you do? Okay, this data table display needs a reference to the synchronized scroll position with this data table. Okay, is this gonna work? Or are you just gonna trash? Wait for this thing to say updating table display. All right, so we don't have any errors, but we still aren't getting our flippin' dockable toolbar. It's okay, my girlfriend had a mirror. Took us off. What is going on with my dockable toolbar? How did the changes I make my dockable toolbar stop working? I don't get that. Oi. I mean, it's not that it's not working, it's that it's not refreshing. Thank you. Okay. Console went where? Mirror. We need you over here so we can see your messages. Toolbar. What in the truck? Why? Don't get it. All right, what if I did another one? What is this song? Man, that sounds cool. This is called Rainbow Haze. No artist? No artist. Man, this sounds cool. All right, we have a dockable toolbar. It's all that I care about right now. Oh, it's this song. I didn't recognize the intro. Crazy. Okay, when I push the preview button, I don't really have any way of knowing that this is happening, but I guess one thing that we care about is that we aren't getting any errors. We got an error. Summon a biscuit. And the error is that Chrome is moving to a new experience. Exec. That's because we have a different table selected. Hello, C-Films. Happy Wednesday to you. How have you been? Oh man, what's going on? What is happening? This is super duper weird. So it happened when I changed my event callback for this. To be a data table display. So what is probably happening is that the thing that sets the active data table is this thing here is not getting the right reference. Oops. Do you push or click a button? You select with a button. I'm not allowed to say click things anymore. But you push the button, which performs a click action. A select action. I said click. Did that save? Did I save? Am I paying attention? I'm not paying attention. Is this a Visual Studio update? I keep checking for Visual Studio updates because I'm not happy with the issues that are in the current Visual Studio version. Even though they're not like major issues, they're not big, but gosh, they're annoying. The selected table has changed to this. So we are definitely getting a data table. And I was about to do JavaScript string interpolation. You slap the button. Wait, you don't need parentheses for no coalescing? Really? Really? But you do still need it for ternary operator. I'm assuming. The data table is... Oh, I guess I'm going to do it this way. Is new, not no. Okay, let's see this info. And where did you show up suddenly? While we have it here, I am going to push the button, see if we get any errors when the Preview appears. Okay. No errors when the preview appeared. That's good. That should mean that it loaded the file mapper funcs JavaScript. Perfect. And that it did the call to scroll. Set scroll. Maybe. It did not. Slave scroll. Napalm says, I feel like it's overdue in 2025. First declaration of my despise for Python of the new year. I don't mind Python. I don't use it for much or anything. The people that use it are really good at it, I guess. So hooray for them. Thank you for doing the things you do with Python. Writing BDD tests is not my jam, but here we are. Is that the phrase of 2025? That's going to be the phrase of 2025. I could feel it. But here we are. Okay, so yes, this is getting the table, and it is, from what I can tell, doing the synchronized scrolling. No, it's not. I haven't done that part yet, have I? That's here in File Mapper. Update preview. Okay, so wait. I have the remove, which this needs to get moved to the clean place. We don't want this module. Rebuilt. So this approach to using an external file as my JavaScript module. So for each component that accesses the JavaScript interop in an isolated way, they will use this file mapper.js module. And I have the TypeScript written in a way that it generates a JavaScript module, which are, it's just a JavaScript file with a whole bunch of export things that are loaded in a isolated kind of way. And so this module is now going to be used, the thing that I use in order to call my JavaScript interop, instead of having one big JavaScript interop file, and that always loads from the beginning kind of thing. This will only load if it's used. And it may be that if this causes too much of a delay for the first time we preview a data table, then we will just initialize it uninitialized every time. What am I looking for? Man, what is going on with this kid? Okay, so update preview. We remove the sync scroll, and right, and this is no longer going to be that. So if whatever the name of the table is not null, then we're actually going to remove the scroll from the thing that we're trying to synchronize scroll with. Oh, this is going to be so bad when I'm going to want to do multi-scroll, but I don't think I ever will. I think I'm only ever going to have one child element that syncs its scrolling with the parent element. The other thing that's going to happen is I'm going to want both of them to synchronize with each other. So right now I'm only telling the preview table to scroll when you scroll in the original table. Okay, then we load the file and generate the output table. And if we generate the output table, we will eventually get back a data table changed, this. And so we're getting a reference to the data table that we're changing to. If, oh gosh. If the data table ref, oh my goodness, what are you doing? If the data table ref is not null, then we will add to our list of tasks that this is going to perform the synchronized scroll. The target table will be this table's ID. What even is this? What did you give me? What? Ew. I know that I'm going to need an as task at the end because this is a value task. So the ID of this table is going to be the thing that gets scrolled, and when you scroll, data table ref.id is when we want this one to scroll. Oh, poop. I don't have the reference to my preview output table. I guess to be consistent, we'll call this a table ref. Display. Okay, and then this is going to be populated by data table display for preview output. Yes, it is you. At ref you Sankyu Estapu. Okay, so all the way down here, it is our. So we need both the preview output data table ref is not null and data table ref is not null. Then preview output data table dot ID test ID. We're good. Hello, TBD Gamer. Fantastic stream this morning. You got so much accomplished, I think. I know you don't feel like it, but you did. I know you felt like you had a whole bunch of squirrel moments for yourself. But I honestly think it's today. I'm struggling to stay on task. It's crazy. How long would it take you to make a fully functional ready application for a client, assuming you would be working daily on it? So I am currently working daily on this. I think that my productivity has actually increased from streaming my work product based off of what it was before I started streaming. But now that I'm back to my groove and what it feels like to be productive again, and not get stuck on things every 2 seconds, I think I would go even faster. So of course, the answer to your question, Jamie, would depend on the scope and size of the project. But this one here, I honestly think if I had been more focused and was able to dedicate my time to it better, that it would have only taken me about 2 months. We're on month 3 right now. Month 3, month 4, month 3. and I'm gonna call it done because I did get in contact with the user, with the one of the users of the app to have them test it. It's just now I'm making it doing convenience things for it, like synchronizing the scroll between the two tables that are being displayed. And TBD Gamer says, I was bad today. I was having thoughts in thoughts and forgetting to talk. I know that feeling. Oh man, I know that feeling. So yeah, I do consider myself someone that is pretty focused and self-motivated and able to concentrate and get stuff done when I am in flow. But lately I have found it pretty difficult to be as in flow as I have been in the past. Until I started streaming again. The work product. But even then, of course, you know, because I am streaming, I am opting into distractions and chat and stuff like that. So I'm not fully able to give my entire focus to whatever project I'm working on. But that is better for me because when I was spending my entire day just doing my project, I did lose focus quite a bit. And I allowed myself to get distracted more often. So again, overall higher productivity from streaming. Take your estimation, double it, treble that, triple, and stick your finger in the air and add the wind speed, and you'll be off on your estimates. No matter what you do. Mars says, I have thought about streaming. You should, but I don't have a space in my own. Aw. My desk is in a corner of the game room, so until one of my heathens moves out, I don't think I will. I encourage anyone who even has the inkling to want to stream whatever it is that they enjoy doing to do that. And it sounds like you really enjoy doing software dev because you do that for fun. It's not your job, but you like doing it. So I would watch a stream like that. Then Mars also said, but even then, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I am super introverted and don't talk when working. So, man, I really don't like saying this out loud on stream because I know how it appears. I know how I judge people that say this out loud, but I am a highly introverted person. I'm an extremely introverted person. The reason that I stream is I'm an INTJ and an Enneagram 1, and my personality has motivations to share knowledge and share what I believe to be correct knowledge and good approaches to things, as well as to constantly improve and learn. And so I'm putting myself out there because I'm a solo developer, but I want to be able to talk with other developers about topics that I care about. If you want to start talking about the weather, if you want to start talking about the weekend, I get drained super duper fast. And it has nothing to do with getting drained or not. I have an unlimited well of energy that I could tap into. I've learned that. But I know myself, and I don't need to convince anyone else of it. But yeah. You will rarely ever see me out in person, by the way. And you're an INTP. Awesome. Awesome. We have a few INTPs on our stream. But again, knowing your Enneagram type, knowing your Myers-Briggs type, that's only an informing thing. I think we found out that you're either an ENTJ or I'm going to go with ENTJ. I know you're introverted as well, TBD, but I still think you're an ENTJ based off of your cognitive stacking. So again, you might know your Myers-Briggs, but going into what your Myers-Briggs actually tells you about how you process information, that's more important than getting your I or E right at the beginning of your type, or getting the right letters in the right order. It's all about the cognitive function stacking, and then knowing your Enneagram type helps you find out your demons, how you behave, how you respond to situations. Yeah, so those are personality type things, Jamie. I'm a barbecue IS. Barbecue, yes. No idea about the right thingy. No, and you don't have to know. There is no requirement to know. A lot of people think that anyone that talks about Myers-Briggs or Enneagram or any of the personality typing systems are just like, I want to be who I am without you telling me, I use it as a tool to improve myself, not as an excuse kind of thing. It informs me about me, because one of the points to life, in my opinion, is to allow source to experience itself and have all of the experiences. So the more you experience and the more you do consciously, the more you contribute to that. Anyway, nothing on mine was too surprising, says Mars. Yeah, so INTP, if you break that down to its cognitive functions, it's TI first, introverted thinking, NE, extroverted intuition, which is something beyond me. I don't get extroverted intuition at all. But like one thing that I've learned about extroverted intuition, especially when it is your driving function, it is the thing that you actively do, is that you have this filing system that is just magic to me, that you can associate this topic or concept or even physical thing with this other thing that I would be like, that is completely unrelated. And then you give your reason for why they're related. And it's like, oh my gosh, that makes perfect sense. But anyway, I don't know how anyone that doesn't have an intuitive function lives. I have introverted intuition as my lead function. TBD Gamer and I have the same function stack, just in a different order. I think, again, if I'm typing you right, if I'm even typing myself right, I could be completely wrong about all this. But anyway, so you have TI. TI is the thing that makes you hungry for information. You need to find things out yourself. You need to come to conclusions yourself and figure out an entire detailed information about a thing before you can commit to doing anything. So INTPs are usually known as procrastinators because they're always preparing and learning and gaining information and then filing it in their NE file system. And then SI, which I'm still not the most knowledgeable about, but it has to do with the way that you associate physical things and you internalize them. But that's your 6-year-old, that's in your kind of tantrumy, when you're in a bad state, you rely on your SI. It's probably like holding on to teddy bears and having sentimental thoughts about things. I don't know. I honestly don't know about SI very much. And finally, FE. Oh gosh. Having FE last, extroverted feeling, is like it's not that you're purposefully insensitive to other people's feelings. It's just that it's not something that occurs to you to consider. It just doesn't make sense. Why? Why do I need to consider feelings in this situation that's completely logical? Jamie says, sounds like how I see things. Spelling is mostly obsolete for me nowadays, says Marcus. What? As far as the letters are concerned. I'm really curious how stuff works, but I usually lose interest really fast after learning about it. Yeah, again, one of the ways to determine your Myers-Briggs type, I guess, is to know about what the functions are. And then just kind of describe yourself in a way that's like, here are my preferences. So for me, my preferences are, one thing that happens naturally is intuitive intuition, or introverted intuition, which is I find patterns and I boil them down into their basic forms so that it's kind of like writing an algorithm, so that anything you feed into that algorithm can be processed regardless of what shape it takes, as long as it's the same patternistic type. So that happens naturally. I don't do it on purpose. It's just the way that my brain works. So it may seem like I'm projecting a lot. I am trying to figure out, very future focused, trying to figure out what all can I plan for in this application that users are most likely going to do, because I can't turn that off. I'm aware of it and I try to control it more, or not control it, but integrate it more. All right, 8 bits. But with TE second, there's a practicality to it where it's like I'll have all of these forethoughts, and it may seem like being able to tell the future or prediction and stuff. But I'll only hold on to what is practical. What do people actually look for? And then FI, in my 6-year-old tantrumy state, stubbornness, is introverted feeling, which is why you won't see me caring about other people's days. Introverted feeling is all about what my values are, what things mean to me. And if it's not something I care about, it's not something I'm going to engage with you in. Except that now I've been more aware of me doing that in a passive way, that I try not to do that anymore. I try to take an interest in what you're doing. Yeah, but it's really hard when FI is in that baby seat. And then when I'm depressed or when I'm angry and frustrated, then I go into this introverted intuition, which is projecting the future in a negative way according to my values, FI loop. And I just go over and over. And it's like, my values say this is what I care about. Someone's going to come along and poop on it. And so I'm just going to keep cycling with that until I can break that loop. Mars says, I've learned to adapt. I don't care, but being married, I force myself to take an interest. Yeah, and so there's a lot of similarities between INTP and INTJ, even though they're radically different function stacks. But that whole INTPs are like, I think, the coldest humans, and INTJs are the warmest robots. I can't remember which is which. That might be switched. But yeah, just a lot that you can learn about yourself just by knowing your function stack. And again, it has to do with, here's external stimulus coming into you. How do you process it? And then how do you emit your response? That's what Myers-Briggs is more geared at, helping you understand about yourself. And then the Enneagram. Oh my gosh, the Enneagram. There's so many layers to it that you can fully describe your behavioral patterns and understand what your core motivations are for why you behave the way you behave, why you choose to do the things you choose to do. And as an Enneagram 1, I have a lot of issues. It's not really there to tell you what your strengths are. It's there to kind of highlight all of the not smart things that you may do, all of the not smart choices, and to see how much you actually aren't that you aren't great at. So that's a man, I love this topic. I don't want to talk about it during my workday, but oh my gosh, I love this topic. So Jamie is asking, well, first let me read Marcus's comment. Marcus said, I am now using AI to convert the technical error message received from Entity Framework to something more friendly for the user and stripping out any security concerns. That's awesome. That's a great use of it, I think. So then Jamie was asking, does the personality type change over time, or does it stay the same? So it's I don't want to say it's controversial. It's arguable. It is up for argument in the personality type communities, whether and in psychology even, like not just this is how I feel about it, this is how FI feel about it. There is science behind it that says one way or the other. And a lot of people are of the mindset that you are born with your personality type and it develops over time. But your core motivations, your core type, you are born with. Your propensity for that type, you are born with. I love the way that you started this statement, Mars, in my opinion, personalities can adjust based on experiences. They can, but your actual personality type, a lot of people think is solid. It's in place. You have these traits. And again, you can even look to things like, I'm going to make a lot of people run away. You can even look at things like astrology to see there are certain situations in place that will affect your personality type at the time of your birth. And once you are born with that and it solidifies and your synapses are done growing and creating during your core theta state years, it's baked in. But you can adapt the way that you respond to things consciously, which may make you present as a different personality type. But when you look at your core motivations and stuff, you're going to see that they're still the same. Like, I don't present as an INTJ. I don't think. Maybe I do. I don't know. And it may have appeared in my past that I was an INFJ, potentially with how I acted and behaved. But like, I can clearly see evidence of being an INTJ throughout that time too. So yeah, it's debatable. That's one view. The other view is that, of course, you're going to experience different things as you go through life, and therefore you may adapt. You create new synapses. If your personality is controlled by your brain, and your brain is able to change the way that it processes information, then that might mean that your personality changes. Yeah, so most companies that use business personality tests, like the Pi one, I can't remember what it's called, Big Five, Myers-Briggs, they are going to be of the mindset that your personality type is going to be the same from the beginning of time. I feel like I was less introverted when I was in high school, but had a traumatic event happen when I was 20 that exacerbated my introvertedness. Introversion versus extroversion is a preference. It's not necessarily anything to do with your personality type according to these systems. So Enneagram just tells you your behavioral patterns and your motivations. Myers-Briggs and the other ones tells you your cognitive function stacking, how you take in information and how you externalize information. Introversion versus extroversion is a preference that you are you have a higher propensity to be introverted if you are one of the core introvert first function stacking types. But like, again, I think TBD is an ENTJ and he is an introverted person from what he said. And again, that's just a preference. And when I say preference, I'm like, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are choosing to be introverted, but you kind of are. That's a totally different topic. Yeah. Ugh. To even think about it, like, your ego is the thing that tells you whether you are introverted or not. We'll start there. And for me to not identify myself with being introverted, it makes me feel off. And oh my gosh, it's like, what if I were more extroverted naturally and choosing to want to be around people more than and not get drained, and yeah, the whole choosing to be around people, just even saying that out loud. Yeah, of course, like if you're self-typing like I did, I had my wife, of course, who was the one that informed the majority of my realizations of myself, because I can't see myself. If you're self-typing, you're most likely going to get it upside down. So you may be an ESFJ, Jamie, potentially, according to a lot of the big sources. And of course, when you take a personality type test, you're answering it based off of a lot of factors. One of them potentially being you want to answer in the way that your ego says you imagine yourself being, which may be different than the way you actually are being. So that's why it's better for someone else to type you based off of observing you over time and getting to know you and understanding your mental processes. Like I honestly used to think I was an INFJ, like everyone else, and an Enneagram 2, if you can imagine. Hello, Stylo Tylo. Oh my gosh. So we're talking about personalities and now someone is wanting to know about software. Thank you for bringing us back on topic. We can talk more about personality stuff on Friday on Community Day streams for the 2 hours if that's a topic you want to. I need to get back to work, but first I am going to respond to Stylo Tylo, who asks, or says and then asks, I'm kind of new to .NET development and wondering about a proper dev environment setup. I'm kind of unsure what a good Visual Studio setup is since I'm more of a VS Code guy. Anyone have any advice here? I have a couple extensions that I can recommend to you right off the bat with a fresh install of Visual Studio, especially if you're going to be doing web development. There is this package, I don't know what you call these, collection of extensions. One of them is called Dev Essentials, and it has a lot of the really common and good extensions that I use. If you're looking for really well written and useful extensions, try to find some from Mads Christensen that makes sense to you to use. A lot of those in Dev Essentials are Mads extensions. The ones that I really like are these file icons, the add new file, Zen coding is wonderful. He has a markdown editor, which I'll install after restarting Visual Studio later today. Yeah, Zen coding is great. Zen coding is the one where if you type some HTML, you can write it in like Pug. I think it's the way that you would write Pug, but element name and then like your entire CSS selector dot class name with an ID with some attributes, and then at the end you just hit tab. Oh gosh. Anyway, at the end you would just hit tab and it would generate the HTML structure for you, the element stub. So getting some good extensions is number one. Another fantastic extension is written by one of our community members, and we are a community member on his channel. It is Thendall's Nodocs. If you happen to present to anyone, if you're a streamer or you're presenting to clients or a company and you actually have Visual Studio open, or a presentation that you're actually showing your actual work product or something, this extension here will mask any key value or any values in a key value type of document, like a JSON document. So for example, app settings.json, that's compiler config. App settings.json, you wouldn't usually have anything secret in here. I'm not gonna show it again because last time I actually copy and pasted from my secrets into app settings and I showed my keys and stuff. So anyway, you can see that it's masking this stuff out. if you happen to have an invalid JSON file, it just masks everything. If it doesn't know how to parse it, it'll mask everything. And this works with JSON or XML. Not YAML yet, not anything else, but yeah. So you can push this button to be able to see and edit your stuff. I am going to pull it off screen just to make sure. Okay, no keys, no nothing. So this is what it looks like when I clicked the button for display all of my stuff. Yeah, and Thindle is also a streamer. He's a little sick at the moment, so he hasn't been able to stream. But definitely great .NET streams on his channel. So yeah, so good extensions like those, the dev essentials, and I think there might even be a web essentials unless they stopped updating that one. But this is like the CSS color picker, or the thing that shows a web compiler. Do you do Sass? Because if you use Sass, then web compiler is a great preprocessor for doing all of your CSS stuff. Dukasoft is an ISTP. I believe it. I believe it. Okay, Dukasoft, ISTP, TI first, SE, NI. Oh, you have NI. FE. That's your function stack. Introverted thinking, extroverted sensing. So you're good with your hands. You're good with physical real world stuff, and you prefer to do real world stuff. Typically introverted. ISTPs are typically introverted. They are the type of people that, that's what she said, good with your hands. They're the type of people that if you're in a room with a bunch of people and they don't want to be there, they'll just leave. They can just leave. INFJ and INTJ, we both have this issue where it's like my values say it's rude to leave, so I can't just leave. I'm stuck in that situation until I can kindly excuse myself. INFJ is like, I don't want to offend people. This is they have extroverted feeling as their core primary thing, so they care more about how the entire room is feeling. But ISTPs, they don't care, they just go. So yeah, TI, NE, SI, or TI, SE, NI, and I already told you about introverted intuition, but it's in your baby slot. So your future projections are probably typically negative. You're sardonic most of the time. And then what's last? FE. Yeah, and we already talked about FE last. So you're an INTP, but instead of having extroverted intuition and introverted sensing, you have extroverted sensing and introverted intuition in that order. Look up those function stacks. There's a YouTuber called Love Who that breaks down all of the function stackings and even the types. So if you just want to hear about all of the individual types, Love Who is very entertaining, and he gives some good hyperbolic examples of each type, as well as just good information about them. Love Who. Anyway, Juan Van says he was at that event the other week. Surprises my wife what I can do with my left hand. But yeah, smart extensions. Recently been working with Azure Functions and will likely be doing more Azure stuff as well as Microsoft Stack tied to Power Platform. I haven't really used the Power Platform, but we have had a viewer, longtime friend of the channel, who worked in Power BI and a few other of the Power Platform stuff. So if they happen to be around, they may be able to give some information if you have questions about that. But you were specifically asking about Visual Studio Setup. Okay, so we talked about extensions. The other thing would be, where do you put your tabs? I alternate. between where my tabs are depending on what workflow I'm doing. So one thing to keep in mind is that you have different layouts that you can apply when you want. So this is my default layout. Just in case, I'm going to set it as my default. Actually, it's not my default. This is my expanded layout. Save window layout. Default layout. Oops, I think I called it my default. Whatever. Anyway, now I have a default layout. So you have all of these with keyboard shortcuts that you can apply as needed based on the workflow that you're doing. So make use of the default layouts is my next, not default layouts, of your window layouts is my next suggestion. And then getting used to keyboard shortcuts would be my final suggestion for now. Those would be the 3 top things that I would recommend. Getting good extensions, using the layouts, and getting used to keyboard shortcuts. Take the time, if you are used to Visual Studio Code shortcuts, take the time to customize your keyboard shortcuts. They will travel with your profile if you're logged into Visual Studio. So set them and forget them. Cool. And I am going to say this coyly or a little sardonically because I'm using that word a lot lately. Don't expect Visual Studio to stay stable all the time. The second you rely on Visual Studio to always be stable is when it's going to break. And then you will break and you will throw things like I have. No, you will respond your way according to yourself. Okay, we're trying to find out if I got this code written correctly. We're even going to find out if the dockable toolbar keeps disappearing. Wait, I can interact with your screen? Yes, but I don't have anything set up. I have it started because I have every intention of using heat map, which is the, or heat, which is the little red dot on your screen so that you can do interactions. I just haven't set anything up. But I will one day. Just like I'll get this app done one day. But yes, thank you for the follow, and both of you. And also, wait, I missed a couple of follows too earlier. Yeah, 2 other follows earlier. Dagnabbit. Thank you all for your follows. I really appreciate you. If you feel like and don't already have way too many Discord channels, servers that you're a part of, feel free to join our community. We have a lot of really, really amazing people in our Discord. It's a very quiet server. Don't expect a lot of activity. Don't expect a lot of entertaining things to happen in Discord. But it is a good place for you to go if you happen to have questions. People typically do respond. I at least try to respond to questions that I know about. And if I don't know about them, then I just indicate that I hope you get a response. But the thing that you won't see happening there is you won't get berated for asking a question, which I see happen in way too many places. Maybe that's changing a lot lately. I hope it's changing a lot. But it won't happen in our server. And if it does, you tell me and I will put my foot down and be like, excuse me. No berating people for asking questions. Okay, let's test this thing out. Speaking of being productive, do we have a toolbar? No. Why? What can I do to get the toolbar to show up? How do I get you to re-render? I can click this button and that'll re-render the table. There we go. Okay, so there's something happening where the toolbar is not being notified when the table is updated. So the toolbar will not show unless there is a data table. And what I think is happening is that is lagging. Man, I'm sorry, I'm ripping my lips apart. That is lagging behind the actual event getting called. But the thing that we care about right now is when I push this button, there are no errors, and that it actually does do the rigging, the calls for associating my preview table with this table that's showing so that they can both scroll at the same time. So we're loading. I need a loader for preview table. And I don't see the console log that I was expecting to see. And it indeed did not do the synchronized scroll. Either that or the synchronized scroll code is wrong, which I don't think it is. So once again, what happens if then I... Still no. We're looking for a console message that says, wait, that is the console message. Synchronize element scrolling. I guess we need to know if is it still my clipboard? Did I actually copy it? This thingy here. Preview table is ID. Okay, so this will at least tell us if the preview table itself is the reference to the preview table is getting populated correctly when we display it. So if I hide it, we don't get any message. And if I show it, provided hot reload applied the code changes, oh, I don't see any messages. Okay. We're just going to say that hot reload didn't apply the code changes. Oh, yeah. And Dunya, I'm really good at pronouncing names. Can you tell? Anyway, said this is the first time I'm seeing it. If you go over to Omni Digital, Big Gamey started to do a heat map thing. But I think Omni Digital has one that actually works. But anyway, I have seen a few streamers that use heat map very, very nicely. Okay, did I actually run it? I did. Oh, my back. Where are we at? Cool, we got plenty of time to get this thing working. Okay, so the preview table is null. Good. We need to get our dockable tool in. I may be accelerated in years, in age, but my body is not. My body is still young. In fact, it's aging backwards. My back is sore because of the exercise I did earlier today. We did Hoa. This guy named Hoa Gomez. His most recent video. It was a bit much. We had to remove it from our list. This one. He had us in down dog for like 8 hours. Yeah, all of these twists. Oh my gosh, all of these twists. And then you tilt back. Tilt back. Oh. What's down dog? It's when you make your dog get off of your lap. I think. Okay, so when I showed the preview, it still showed that the preview data table is not. Actually, no, it didn't even do that. I can see what's happening. Oh my gosh, duh. We need to be listening when the preview table, preview table property changes and the preview table is displayed. So when this thing is displayed, I need to do the callback. Okay, my bag. In the mornings, we call that down Loki. But down dog is short for downward facing dog, which is what English speaking people call, oh, I don't know what the Sanskrit for it is, or not Sanskrit because that's writing, right? What the word for it is. I don't know. Is Sanskrit writing or is Sanskrit a language? It's still considered a language. Okay, good. So yes, the Sanskrit word for whatever down dog is, downward facing dog, but it's where your feet are flat on the ground and your heels are on the ground and your upper body, your palms are on the ground as well, and you make this bell shape, kind of like a dog facing down, which is different than up dog, which is what you picture of when your dogs do the stretching thing and their legs are behind them, but their paws are straight and they're kind of arching up, which is different than puppy posture, which is where they're like, think of a puppy that's happy and it's wagging its tail, but it's like its head is low to the ground, but its butt is in the air, which is different than... He just keeps going. What's up, dog? Nice. 20 points for you, Mojo. 20 points to House Mojo. What? So TBD asked Napalm, how's things? And, oh, okay. All right, I think I got it. Napalm said, oh, life. You? But there's no other punctuation other than the question mark at the end. So it was really hard for my brain to parse. I got very confused by the response. Anyway, you're talking with TBD, so I don't need to insert myself there. Mojo says, I'm going to start saying I'm feeling like down dog right now. So people ask, what's down dog? What you mean the opposite? I'm feeling up dog right now. And they'll be like, what's up dog? No, that's the old way now. DVD was just calling me aged earlier. Are you now calling me aged as well? Okay, we're gonna do this in on after render. Oh, but how am I gonna know? Okay, so the data table itself is not changing because that's the selected data table. The thing that we need to listen for is when the preview data table is displayed, which is when preview output changes, which we can find out. We can just listen to this event, which I'm pretty sure I am invoking the transform show preview changed. But the thing is that I need to wait until after the table actually renders so that I have a reference. How am I going to do that? No, you started it. You're a trendsetter. I did not start it. You started it. I wouldn't say what's down, dog. Ever. Because I know it is. Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to cheat this, and we'll see if it ends up being a good approach or not. Here's how I'm going to cheat it. We're going to create a timer. And the reason that I'm specifying the full namespace is because timer also exists in system.threading, and that timer is not the one that I want to use. But I've already imported system.threading because of all of these async calls and stuff. And this is going to be my set scroll sync timer. It's going to be a new timer that will fire after 500 let's say 200 milliseconds. Auto reset is false. Enabled is false by default, so I don't need to worry about that. And then our event handler for this timer. So we have an event handler for show transform preview change, which I'm going to make use of. But our event handler for this timer is going to be handle set scroll sync. Yeah, that's what I'm calling it. Go me. I'm going to put it down here. And then we're also going to, since I see it down here and I almost forgot, we're also going to make sure that we dispose that timer. So we need to set scroll timer stop and dispose. Okay, so when we are firing this, if show field mapper changed. No, what did I call it? If you mapper state data file mapper state dot show transform preview, and our preview output is not null. Actually, let's start with this one. If not show code, if not show transform preview output, we don't have anything to do. We don't care. We don't need to do a thing. Otherwise, if we still don't have our preview output reference, it's not preview output, it's called preview output table ref. If we still don't have our preview output table reference, then we need to restart the timer. Oh. Which is what? Oh gosh, this is going to be terrible because the way that these timers work is they give us a synchronous callback, and I want a task for my callback on this. It's really annoying, do you know? But anyway, preview output table ref is null. Then we need to restart the timer, I said. No matter what we do, we're going to stop the timer so that it resets. And then we're going to restart the timer and exit this function. The next time through, it's possible that the user may have toggled the preview back off. So we'll just keep listening for that and make sure that we aren't trying to set it over and over and over for something that's never going to show up. Otherwise, if imported table ref is not null, oh, I guess that also matters. We can do that up here. Or imported table ref is null. So this is essentially saying if they aren't giving us a table to synchronize to, then we also don't care. Or an element, I guess I should say, in this case. So by the time we're here, we know that import table ref is null. Or is not null. Goodness gracious. I got words. And I want to call this method. I know, async void. I know. What do you have me do? Is there a timer that allows me to do tasks yet? No, there isn't. There's the, oh, I forget what that one is called. There is a timer, a new timer, but it's not for things like this, I don't think. Okay, so oh no, am I crashing? Am I crashing? Okay, good. Scary. Setting scroll sync. So if we make it here, we're setting scroll sync. If we're here, then no preview table yet. No preview table yet. If we make it here, we are handling set scroll sync timed out. With a couple of parameters that we want to see, which are show transform, and imported table ref is null. Data table ref. And preview. Can you write the rest for me, please? I'm too lazy. No? I think Copilot was the thing that lagged on me and then crashed. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so the last thing that we need to do is on handle show transform preview changed. We need to start the timer. Dang it. Oops. Wow, what is going on? Why are you laggy? The streams that I'm watching are also freezing. Am I dropping frames or anything? I hope not. Okay, Set scroll timer start. And of course, we're going to stop it if it was started first to start it over. Okay, so here we go. Let's give it a test. I am going to make you slightly smaller so that I don't have to keep moving the other thing around. Except that I do because I needed to restart the app. Summon a bacon. You gonna load? Thanks, Dukesoft. Okay, here's the app running. Hopefully it shows up in this window. Well, it is already running. Pull in our file. And I really need to figure out what's going on with the dockable toolbar when we load a file. That'll be the next thing that we fix. All I did was updated an event callback, dagnabbit. Okay, so when I push this button, we should see a new message show up about the show preview changing and the status of whether we have a reference to this data table and when we get the reference to the preview data table. So here's our settings scroll, handle scroll sync timed out. We did already have a preview output table. So then we did set the scroll sync and it's not working. Yay! But we did set the scroll sync. We can verify that we're setting the scroll sync by setting a breakpoint in our... Wait, how is the TypeScript showing up in our content? That should not be showing up in our content. We're going to this. Wait. I was trying to set a breakpoint. What are you doing? That's not how you set a breakpoint. Let's scroll into view. Let's remove scroll into view. Yeah, so definitely here. We're gonna make sure that this gets called. Excuse me, why can't I set a breakpoint? Did I just completely forget how debugging in DevTools works? When we're in debug, I have map turned on. Is it not generating my map file? That's what's happening. So I should be able to set a breakpoint in my TypeScript, and then it'll breakpoint in the actual JavaScript or in the spot that the JavaScript is doing its thing. But I don't think it's creating my .js.map. It is. What? Are you named correctly? File mapper funcs JS map. File mapper funcs JS map. I can't set a breakpoint here. I've tried F9. I'm trying to right click. And it says that it can't. Does my TypeScript file have to be in the same folder? That's so annoying. Okay, we're gonna tell this thing just for this one run to ignore the map. And then hopefully it'll let me It'll let me debug the JavaScript directly. But we have to wait until it's loaded. Maybe we should fix that first. But we're so close to being done with this. Yep. Setting scroll sync is done. No, it's still pulling in the other version. Is it because it ended up doing some kind of build and overwriting the JavaScript file already? No, it didn't get overwritten. Control F5? I was all waiting for the toolbar. Okay. Wait, why do you still have this? I Control F5'd. No. Man. It's being so mean to me right now. Okay, so we are starting fresh with no cache. And then we get F of 12. Well, let me make sure that the JavaScript file, hello Scott, the JavaScript file did not get overwritten. We still have the version of the JavaScript file that doesn't have the map. And I drag it droppy. How is your day going? How has it gone? How many ducks are in a row? JavaScript functions. No, why are you still that version? It's because this doesn't exist. This is so not helpful. My coding is going good-ish. I was flowing with it for a bit, and then I got off topic, and then I got distracted and had trouble formulating sentences, but I'm trying to debug my JavaScript function here, but I can't set a breakpoint because my TypeScript file is in a separate folder that I don't ship with the application when it goes to the browser. So it's this here. I guess, is it typically the case that you put your TypeScript file in the same www root folder as the output JavaScript? Because that doesn't make sense to me. Scott says I've never touched TypeScript. That doesn't make sense to me. And so what's happening is that it is TBD. TBD's like, show off. That's funny. What's happening is that this is getting transpiled to JavaScript, and part of that is generating the js.map. You know what? I bet you I can just turn that off. but it's expecting the map so that I could put breakpoints in the TypeScript file, and then when I hit those in the JavaScript, it would actually give me the breakpoint in the TypeScript file. But that's what this is. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. Oh man, I don't want to have to do this though. I really don't. I'm just gonna ship the TypeScript file with it. I'm not super duper worried about it. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to take the scripts folder, shove it into www root, rename it to lowercase scripts for naming reasons, and then tell this thing that it's going to be www root scripts. So any TypeScript file in that folder is going to transpile into the JavaScript file in the www root JavaScript folder. And so now this map should now point to, why aren't you? Murph. It's almost like it's not even regenerating this file. Okay. So now it should find it when I try to debug it in DevTools. Seriously though, that's great to hear. TBD says to Scott about not having to touch TypeScript. And I wouldn't if I didn't have to, or if I wasn't trying to set the scroll position of another element based off of another element. I can't do that in Blazor. I don't know how to do that in Blazor is what I said. With just Blazor. Okay, are we back? We are back. Drag in file. Get some console logs. Get our dockable toolbar to show up. This takes so much time as an extra step. And get our preview to show up and set up synchronized scrolling. And it's saying that it still can't find what I'm looking for. No, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. So yes, goes up one level into the scripts folder, filemapper.ts. Sorry, not sorry. It's not a bad song. So our map is pointing to the right file now. And we just hit an exception. Okay, time to clean and rebuild. I'm just gonna do the easy clean and rebuild without, I think so, Scud. So, the way that map files work, JS map files work, is they instruct DevTools where to find the file itself that was used to generate the JavaScript file. So in this case, it's a TypeScript file, and it provides mappings for each line in the JavaScript file, for each code in the JavaScript file, to somewhere in the TypeScript file. So if I set a breakpoint in the TypeScript file, then the breakpoint will show up in DevTools, and I'll be able to step through. That was a terrible, terrible description. Yeah, and I have been. Control F5, Control Shift R. I did the application storage clear site data, make sure we're not loading from cache, kind of thing. Single instances. Okay, so clean, rebuild, Control F5 to run in the browser. Maybe I just need to do a full debug run, because I'm pretty sure I can set the breakpoints in the TypeScript file if I do a full debugger attached instead of DevTools. Jigsaw says, if file is missing, you'll have to wait until they let you out. They let you out? They let it out? They file? Aw. F12. Are you still gonna show up with the flippin' scripts folder? No. Okay, so there's no scripts folder here. Good news. That's a good sign. Right, and then we're going to toggle this so that we can get our dockable toolbar back. I really, really want to get to fixing the dockable toolbar, so this is just going to work this time. I'm hitting the preview button, and there we go. We hit our breakpoint in scripts file mapper funcs.ts. Okay, so our TypeScript files are now debuggable. Good, gravy. The element that we are trying to target is a string, and it happens to be the ID for the tables. So when we go into get element, we're either passing in the query selector or the ID itself or the HTML element itself. So if we are a string, the first thing we try is to get the element by ID, because I think that's the fastest. It's faster than query selector. And we did not find an element with that ID in the DOM. Our element reference was created, but the element has not appeared in the DOM yet. That's what's happening. And no matter what we do, that's going to keep coming back as null. And apparently, if you sit there debugging JavaScript for too long, it does the same thing that if you're debugging an API call does from a client. Just times out. But now we know it's happening. What? And they don't have a clue. Okay, so again, here's some more cheese. This may not be a good approach, but it's what I just came up with. For the data table, we're going to give it a public property, public read-only property, along with our ID. That is a Boolean is rendered. Unless there already is an is rendered on a DOM, on a component reference. Okay, and we're going to know that it was rendered when on after render is called. I'm going to do it first. Is rendered is true, or is rendered is, show, do we even have the mapper state, data file mapper state? Yes, data file mapper state dot preview, show transform preview. That's not gonna work because that's only specific to using this data table when show transform preview. So we will just do true. Do you have a show property? Okay, good. The fact that it doesn't have a show property tells me, oh, and okay. Never mind. I was going to say tells me that it renders no matter what, but it only renders if my data table is not null. So this will update constantly on every render. Then in the place that we're trying to use this, which is here in data field mapper, data file mapper. Oops. No. These songs are so good. Is this one a Purple Cat song? Sharp motif. Okay, so another thing that we need to check on our timer timeout is if our referenced like this. This or like this. Is null. Will I eat my lips? Because I love my lips. Yep, I stopped using out loud words. Else if is rendered, then is rendered. Otherwise is not rendered. If we are not rendered, hello domain driven design, not Scott. Okay, if preview output table ref is null or it's not rendered, which Scott would say, wouldn't you just do is not is rendered true? It's that when I write the pattern matching this way, it confuses me because of the not when I invert it. So this is saying if preview output table ref is not a non-null object with an is rendered property set to true, then do this thing in here. So if this is not null, but the is rendered property is false, then this would also not be satisfied, I think. So because it's harder for me to parse this with my head in my brains, I tend not to write this one out like this. Instead, the way that I usually write this is like this, actually. So if not false. Yeah, this is how I would normally write it out, but I am going to give this one a shot. I'm going to get myself used to being able to read the pattern matching this way. Oh, so this one is easy for me to understand because if preview output table ref is null, then we default to false. Otherwise, we use preview output table ref dot is rendered, and then we invert that. We're getting somewhere. And hello, Zons. Welcome in. Have you decided whether you're going to start streaming or not? Because it'd be really cool. I don't, Zons. I mean, I appreciate it. If you do think that it's clean, then I think that part is subjective. But there is an objective. My code is not clean by, let's say, Uncle Bob standards or other well-established clean architecture, clean code definitions. But my code is understandable to me and I can maintain it, I think. I hope. All right, so if it doesn't work on this try, we are going to move to getting the data, the dockable toolbar to show up on table picked. That way we can debug this a lot easier. Okay, and there it was. So, before it times out on me, F11, F10, LM is not null. It is the table that we were looking for. Perfect. Okay, so we saw a whole bunch of console write lines that say it's not rendered yet. No preview table available yet. Not rendered. No preview table available yet. Not rendered. No preview table available yet. And then rendered. Setting scroll sync. We saw we hit the breakpoint. It found both of the elements. Hopefully it set the scroll. I didn't want to sit there and wait and let it time out. But, my gosh, why isn't it working? We should be able to debug the on-scroll event. Aha, so on-scroll isn't actually happening. It is possible that this came back as null. So let's find out real quick. We hide this. Code not equals, clean not equals false. Thank you, Mojo. Reg is here. I'm sorry, they pay me to get code done. I'll clean it up later if time/contract allows. I try to code in a way that I can maintain. However, there are plenty of times when I fail at that. So my element or selector is a thing. It did find that table. Because the scroll isn't on the table element. The scroll is on the surrounding div. I did this before already. I already thought about this. Okay, the code worked exactly as intended. It set the on-scroll event of my source element to be when your scroll position updates, update the scroll position of the target element that I provided to you. The issue is that the scroll is on the div container of the table and not the table itself. Summon a piece of bacon. Do you know the game Tiny Blade? I do not. I do not know the game Tiny Blade. And if it was Friday during Community Day, I would look it up right away. But I just thought of a thing, so I'm going to take care of that first. And the way that I'm going to take care of that is... this is inside of the data file mapper component. The data file mapper component has classes that I am specifying. So I am going to keep everything as it was, but instead of trying to set the scroll of to the IDs for those two table elements, I am going to set the scroll to the selector for the wrappers on those two elephants. And hello, Violet Dragon, whose name is Max today. Are you going by Max today? You don't have to. This is the target table though, so this needs to be the preview table wrapper. Everyday Max. I'm not a dragon anymore, sadly. They fired me. That's sad. Well, you're still a dragon in my heart. You get it? Dragon heart. No, you wouldn't get it. You're too young. Okay. So all I did was I changed the element that the screw. Again, DVD. Old man, I've just been alive for a long time. That's all. I am still quite youthful. I have a lot of vigor, especially with an unlimited will. I was born more than 2 decades ago. (1843) when Columbus sailed the Great Big Blue Sea. I mean, that's a long range. More than 2 decades is anywhere between 20 and some other big number. Anyway, I'm 42. I am 42. I'm working towards 5 decades, almost halfway there. Yeah, I'm not concerned about it. Mojo says, I'm also old. And I am the same age as Max's dad. Awesome. Tell me, I made it. I'm starting to scroll already because I can't think. Scott says, I'm very old. If we're going to be saying that 40-something is old, then Scott is saying I'm very old. Wait, did you hit a breakpoint? Where are you hitting a breakpoint? Okay, you didn't. Oh, come on. Something's got to work. Excuse me. Are you the element that has... Wait a minute. That's still the data table that I was targeting. Oh my goodness. This kid. This is what I meant to target. Mojo says, what's the opposite of Steve Buscemi? Holding a skateboard meme. 2 kids stacked in a trench coat. I don't get it. I think y'all old here in chat. This Max. Is it that we're old or that you don't have enough experience yet? Reg says, old as my tongue, but not quite as old as my teeth. Is that a phrase from like the 60s? Did you bring that here with you from the 60s? Oh? Oh wait, no. Miracle on 34th Street. Something else I have not seen that is part of current pop culture. So yes, you brought it here from the 40s? 40s. Miracle on 34th Street. 40s. I was right. And here I am dragging another file without fixing the dockable toolbar yet, because the past attempts didn't count. This is the last one that if it doesn't work, then we will move on to fixing the dockable toolbar. And then we'll come back to this. There. Oh my gosh. Oh, that took so much effort. Hey, look, the tables, they scroll together. So I already can foresee a bug. And that bug is if I start my one table scrolled and then I open my preview table, the initial scroll position of my preview table will be at the top, but it will jump to the scroll position. That's called introverted intuition. No, that's just called knowing how code works. So we're going to fix that real quick. We're going to initialize the scroll positions when we sync element scrolling. And then we'll do pretty much this. No, I meant to duplicate it. Okay, so that way the initial scroll position will start off at the top, or at the same scroll position as our source. That's what I said. Okay, before we test that part, I am going to, I think it's both with respect to introverted intuition. True, President. Like, the introverted intuition part of it was I was thinking about it while I was writing the code for synchronized scroll. And I'm like, I really need to do this, but then I didn't do it because I wanted to show it on stream. Yeah, the whole planning and future stuff. This is why INTJs, the archetypical mastermind enemy in film are INTJs, because they have that long range, set all these things up in motion. And yeah, I am not a mastermind though, nor am I evil. I hope I'm not evil. If I am, crap. Where are we? We are going to do the commit for scroll. Updated scroll sync logic. We're going to fix the dockable toolbar. You could play evil on TV if you wanted. I mean, I don't think I could even pull that off. My acting, I don't know if you could tell, but I'm not great at acting. The only thing that I consider myself really good at is talking to myself out loud for extended periods of time. Don't say lines, just do an evil laugh. So that's the other thing. My evil laugh would have a big bright smile on my face. I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna practice first off camera, away from the mic, and then I'll come back. If it works, then I'll come back and do my evil laugh. But I don't know what my evil laugh sounds like. Hold on. Okay, just for you, I will try it after I read Max's thing. Max, I'm not really clicking on links during my workday streams. I'll do it on Friday if you're here for Community Day. And my dark robes, they're all at the wash, so I can't wear it right now. But just for you, President, I will. You can, yeah. I just won't look at it until after I'm done with my workday. Here we go. Ah, they're at the cleaners. That's the best I got. Yeah, not great. Okay, the Azure CDN says Napalm vendor that folded seems to be causing us a lot of issues. Blah. Edgio. Okay, so that's done. I need to figure out why changing the callback, the event callback, prevents my dockable toolbar from showing now. That is going to be in the lab data UI, lab data page. So let's head on over to the lab data component library. You. Not you. The layout for the lab data component library, which is actually in my sample app. It is this one here. Okay, so I'm still eating my lips. They went bankrupt. Yep, but I get that. But bleh, yep, I get that. But damn, like 7 days warning. 7 days, that's plenty, says TBD. Okay, we're doing on-state property changed. No, it might specifically be in the data import toolbar. Huh. Toolbar. Toolbar is already open, but why isn't the code behind open? Okay, so the toolbar is broken. Why isn't your, probably because, oh man, probably because I did a clean and rebuild. I'm losing some of my Roslyn compiler stuff, syntax highlighting. What a pain. I'm going back on holiday break, says Napalm. You got this though. You got this. I have to wait for the so because I installed the markdown editor extension, I have to wait for that to finish installing. Oh, hopefully it's only installing to Visual Studio Pro because I have Visual Studio Community open with my bot. Actually, I don't, because it's not a system my team owns. So I just have to be the impatient user. Oh no. So you're trying to access a resource from a CDN that you don't own. You're not updating where you're publishing your, or which CDN provider you are using for one of your applications, right? Nice shot. I hate to tell you this, Dukasoft, but you missed the target by a long time. About 4 hours. B2C custom user flow UI. Okay, that finished. Okay, Max, that's really relevant. I am going to click on that while I am waiting for Visual Studio to open. So this is the image that Max sent. I don't think we were arguing though, but still, it's funny. I get it. I think. Dukasoft, you hit the target and scored 79 points. Congratulations on doing well in the archery game. Knowing that in the remaining shot you aimed for a score of 79 and even with the pressure you managed to get there. Shows how much you improved. Though the maximum score was 100 and it requires a perfect shot every time. Well done on this round. As Indiana Jones says, it's not the age, it's the miles. Max said, this how I feel being the only young one here. I don't think you are the only young one here, but yeah. I think you are the youngest one here, yes. But again, young, old, it's all, I mean, like there are age definitions for it, yes, but there are also psychological definitions that we put on it, and I say I am still young. I say. All right, I haven't even done anything to fix this. The dockable toolbar is checking for an active data table. And the dockable toolbar is listening for save as template. Okay, so I guess the other thing that we need to listen for in the dockable toolbar is not only property changes, but the data file changed. On active data table changed. Data file changed. Which doesn't make sense because that should happen when I change active data table. The field map. Yeah, I guess that's just what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna listen for on active data table changed. Wait. I think that's what's happening. I'm not even listening for mapper state active data table changed. Okay. Yeah, I thought that one of the properties I was listening for in the dockable toolbar was the active data table. Whoops. Invoke async, state has changed. And then we're going to dissubscribe. Dis and unsubscribe. Digsoft says, I'm still 16 at all times. Yeah, I'm just a... I can't say that word. It's such a bad word. Cute. I'm just a spry 20-year-old born in the 1980s. I'm so good at these. Okay, so what that should have done is re-render the dockable toolbar when the active data table changes. And what that's going to do is reread these properties for data file and active data table. And with that, I don't know where my files went. So hopefully hot reload took effect yet again. I loaded the file and we did not get our dockable toolbar. So I am going to stop the app, rebuild. Oh, no. That wouldn't have happened anyway because the event gets listened for on initialize. And the dockable toolbar is always going to show, yeah, the data import toolbar is always going to appear on the layout no matter what. And so it will always have on initialized at least once. So anything that I do on initialize will not be hot reloaded without me refreshing the page. So all I had to do is refresh the page is what I'm getting at. Oops. Eric should put some Aquaphor on. My lips are molting. And I keep pulling at them. There we go. It worked. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. All right, so that's fixed. Let's verify that the preview will still scroll with. And then the other thing that we were going to do is do a scroll to a position and then open preview, and it should start at the same scroll position. Yay. Okay, so number 3 thing to do with this is when I scroll this table, I would also like for this table to scroll as well. The question is, if I change the scroll position using JavaScript, is it going to call the onScroll event? I hope not. I really hope not, because otherwise we're going to have this circular, this one scrolled, therefore run it, then that one scrolled, therefore run it, and this one scrolled, therefore fire the event is what I'm saying, not run it. But we're going to try. We're going to find out. So let me commit my fixed dockable toolbar. Render. And then the other thing that I want to do along the vein of keeping these two tables synchronized scroll is when you hover over one of the rows, I want a highlight to go all the way across to both rows. So that's going to be done using JavaScript as well, because I would normally do it with CSS, but you can't break out of the level that you're at with CSS. You can go from the level you're at and below or sideways, but you can't go up to a parent and then over to another element and then down into that table, for example. Oh, we can do it in C#, so we aren't going to use JavaScript. That one I know how to do in C#. What was I doing first? This is what happens when I start talking about too many things in the future. The next thing was to scroll this table, or scrolling this table causes this table to scroll. So that should be as easy as finding the place where we were telling it to scroll to begin with. Put it down here for a reason, and to tell it to do the opposite as well. But I want to do it in this order because I want it to apply the scroll position of my main data table display to the preview data table first. And that way, when it does this one, the preview data table is already at the same scroll position as the main data display. So it won't update the scroll position of this. So that one should hot reload. So if I hide the preview, and then I show the preview, then we still do get to scroll to that position, but okay, it is not firing the event. So now it doesn't matter which table I scroll, they will both keep the same scroll position if I use arrow keys. If I use, I don't know what else you can use to scroll. Mouse wheel, middle mouse click. As you can see, I am only synchronizing the vertical scroll, but I do have a switch that I could use if I wanted to also synchronize horizontal scroll. And just to show that actually working, then we will hide the preview, show the preview, and there's our horizontal scroll sync, as well as vertical. And this would work. I would like this to be in the application, except that the column order is not the same in our source to our target. Awesome. All of that works. All right, so let's clean up our console. Why are all of you console.errors? Because I duplicated a console.error is what happened. Oh man. Okay, well, I'm gonna clean up all of these console logs. That one should be there. That's the one that I copied. I didn't realize it was console.error. That's funny. Does that mean that you actually were outputting to console this whole time and I was skipping over it because there were error? They were showing as an error? Who knows? Who knows? It says that there are 8 errors. Oh, I guess they're all accounted for. Anyway, good. Everything is working the way that we are expecting it to. Yatta! All right, so one more mini commit for setup. Sync scroll from preview to main. All right, so the final thing that I want to get done today is when I hover over a row, I want it to give me a hover background on both tables in the same row. So the first one is going to be easy. Because the main data table is always showing, I don't need to do anything special. I'm just going to do some CSS. As part of my regular data table. Actually, it's just going to be like that, period. As part of my main data table styles, a hovered row is going to have a background color of RGBA, mostly black, mostly transparent. So where do I do those styles? I do those in O1L styling, ghetto styling. So table O1L library styles. So if you, the user of this library, decide you don't want my styles, you will not get this table hover effect, period. The end. So table defaults is going to have a table body defaults, and that table body defaults is going to have a hover background that we're going to define. O1, oops. I guess that does go in table T body. TR defaults. It will be here for our table body. Okay. What did I just push? Wrong buttons. So we're going to do the O1L use table body row hover. Background. And that is going to be var. The same thing, except instead of use, it's going to be the one that is defined somewhere else, which could be by the person using the library within their own root or in body or wherever they want to put it. And then if that one doesn't exist, then we will default to our color variables. Do we have a default transparent? That's translucent white, translucent dark. I've already lost my place. How do I lose my place so easily? Body defaults, height, here, hash. Awesome, thank you Big Gamey for your stream. Okay. Whew. So tr and hover. Wait, table body tr defaults. Ugh, it would be in here that I put it. Dagnabbit. Okay, and hover. Reuse at its finest. Built a CLI tool to create test data, invoking it from BDD test. Woot dev. Okay, and there we go. This is how we're doing it. So now we should get the style that when we hover over a TR in a data table, it will freeze on us and our DOM will just not work. Okay, when we hover over a TR, hover, then we will get the rule for background is RGBA, mostly black with a 0.2, or sorry, all black with a 0.2 opacity. Why are we not seeing that? Am I blind? What if we made you darker? All right, let's just make it darker. And we got nothing. Yeah, so this row here is the one that we should see. Oh. Because the actual TDs have a background on them. Dang. And there it is. All right, why are you being so laggy though? Okay, nice. So we have the hover effect going on here. So what we want is for this hover to mirror on the other table on hover. And so this is specific to what? This is not specific. This is actually for the core library, the UI components that ship with the core library. This is going to be built-in functionality. It is not specific to the lab data. Import. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? That means that I have to make a style that will be a mix-in. And that mix-in is going to be something like table hover styles. table hover properties. Yeah, it's going to be table hover custom properties. Then here we're going to include table hover custom props. And the reason that I'm doing it this way is because I want the ability to be able to set a class on a row so that it forces hover. All right. So it's going to be either hover or force hover style. Solved it. We don't need this. We just needed an extra class rule that we will expect. Got it. And that way, and again, this is all only going to take effect if the initial class on the table is O1L library styles. If that doesn't exist on the table, none of these rules will apply. Good. Good. I believe you. The question is, how am I going to tell the data table component to force hover a row in a data table that I don't control from inside? First of all, was I smart enough to give the rows IDs? No. The thing that rows will have are indices in the collection. So when we look at a data table display on how it prints out a given row, we're doing a for each, wrong one. We're doing a for each with a, sorry, not a for each, we're doing a for loop. So we are getting, no, we're not. We're doing a for each row in rows, and that row should have an index number, right? Because it's part of a data table. No, it doesn't. We do have to do it using a index of. All right, so give me that back then, Copilot. So we have the row index, and what we're wanting is if this item's row index appears in a list of items that we want to have force hovered, then we want to apply the force hover class. Yes? But how are we going to get that list of items to force hover? And we're going to do that by passing in a parameter. Yes? Yes. So says I. So say we all. That's data file mapper. There we go. Okay. You know what? I'm not actually using this. I'm not actually using this. So we're going to turn you into a void on after render. Stop, because I'm going to be making a lot of changes and I don't want that to pop up in my face every time. We don't need a, I mean, this would have been a cooler way to do it. But because I'm doing it on the wrapper element and not the data table itself, there is no point in doing this unless I was going to force the table component to have a fixed height, scrollable body, and then I would do it there. Okay, so we don't need this either. Cleaned. All right, so data file table display. We're still going to take potentially take a enumerable event. Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. You're good. You're a good Copilot. Selected rows. This is going to help us in the future when I'm going to have things like a selectable row to skip, or to that we're either going to explicitly indicate that each row is going to be, or which row is going to be included in the mapping, or which row is going to be skipped. I just need to decide which way the check mark is going to go. It's most likely going to be the former, but if it makes more sense to do the latter, then we'll do that. Okay, so var is selected is going to be selected rows dot any, oh, contains, because it's just an array of int cur row index. And so if selected rows is null, then of course it doesn't contain it. If it is not null, then it will contain it. We'll do class equals if is selected, then force hover is what I called it. Force hover style. Else null. Okay, one step closer to the edge. The last thing that we need is, oh, now how am I going to do that? Oh man. So another thing that I'm going to want to add, this is getting very specific to my use case, but this is going to be a public event callback of nullable int for hovered row. On unhovered row changed. Hovered. I used the word hovered on purpose. Okay, so then for each of these, they're going to have an on hover. That's not a thing. On mouse enter. On mouse. Mouse over is the one that keeps updating every time the mouse moves on it. and then mouse enter is the one that fires once, I think. I mean, I guess it's not a bad idea to... yeah, I don't want it to keep emitting the event every single time the mouse moves. But we can do a simple, easy thing for that. So yeah, let's do on mouse over, because that might be cleaner as far as making sure that it cleans it up. Yeah, again, all of the thoughts, all of the processes. One thing that I have run into is when you do something like, let's say I'm hovering over a table and then I Alt Tab to something that will cover the screen, then we aren't on mouse outing. I don't think that that gets called. But I'm going to need a way to clear which, whether we are hovering over a thing or not. And so one thing that I have done to fix that in the past is on mouse over, not only are we capturing which item we are moused over, but we are also going to check which, not check, but set pointer capture equals true, or whatever it's called, set pointer capture, and then you provided the element, I think. That way, even if we tab away, if I come back to the app and I'm moving the mouse somewhere else, then it will check to see where's my mouse coordinates. Are they inside of that element or not? If they aren't, then that's an on mouse out. But for now, we're just going to do an on mouse enter, and we're going to handle mouse entered with the, we do need to capture the index. Cur row index. But when we handle this, I like putting my events after the lifecycle events. Private task, handle mouse enter int row index. We are going to keep track of what the previous one was. And we will only do this if prev-index is not equal to, oh, and you can be nullable, row index, or is, so you know what I mean. If prev-index is equal to row index, then we do nothing. Otherwise, we return on hovered row changed. And then finally on mouse out, oh my goodness. Just give me 2 seconds, phone. 2 seconds. On mouse out. Yes, take care, Thindle. Get some rest. Hope you feel better soon. I'll read your entire message once I get this thing done. This is the last thing that I'm trying to get done on stream. On mouse out is going to be, I'm just going to reuse the same function, callback. And I'm going to say null. Okay, and finally, the thing that's going to handle it is the data file mapper. And this is the page that has the preview and the data grid. So we're going to private I'm just going to make it a list event. No, I'm just going to make it a regular int nullable. Hovered row index. And for both of our tables, we're going to have a callback. So private task handle. Yes, we'll do this. And we will return. Actually, we can't return invoke async, but hopefully this will be fine. And I do need it to be an IEnumerable because I told it was going to be a list of. Oh man, now I'm trying to do it too fast and I'm thinking of way too many things. I hate time constraints. We're going to go until this one gets done. This is what I get for spending so much time not doing anything. I'm going to make this explicitly a list of int. We're going to initialize it. That way it's non-nullable. If selected rows contains. We don't need to null coalesce. All right, so what I did was I made a list of selected rows and we're going to be handling that here. So for now, I made a single, this thing, but that means that it's going to be a lot easier to use this in my page. So where's the page? Wait, why aren't you open? Component, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, good. So the data table display will now have, we don't need this anymore. We need the one that's specific to the imported data, which I believe is this one. We're not going to be able to do that one directly. My goodness. So the problem with this is that I made a dataset component, and inside of a dataset component, I have a data table display, which makes sense. Datasets have 0 or more data tables. And so a dataset component is a data table display where you can pick from different data tables. The data table display itself is used by itself. But that means that if there are any events that happen specific to the data table that I want to be accessible from something that's using the data set to get to the data table, I need to bubble that up. So I am doing that here. Bubbledy, 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 bubble up. Data file mapper, data table display. And that's going into my data set display. I know, Fawn, I know. Okay. Okay, so there is my unhovered row changed for data table. That way, whether I'm using the data table directly, I'm sorry, I meant data set. Whether I'm using the data table directly or through a data set, I will still get the unhovered row changed event. Then I also need the list of selected rows. Man, I don't like that idea. In my data set as well, which is just going to pass it down to the data table display. And the problem with this is when I modify the collection, I don't think it's going to re-render the data table display. But we're going to find out. Okay, so that's taken care of. Now in our data file mapper, we can subscribe to these events. On hovered row changed, handle hovered row changed for both the imported data set and the preview data table, like so. Murph. And then we're going to create this event here in the code behind, the handler for the event, which I started doing. Yeah. Okay. So if our current hovered row is the row index, then we do nothing. Otherwise, we set the current hovered row to the row index that we are hovering over. And finally, we're going to set our selected rows to a new collection with our hovered row index. That way, even if this is null, we can't do it this way. You're nullable. Okay, that way, even if it's null, then it won't contain one of the rows, any rows, or it won't pick up as a row that is hovered. You know what I'm trying to say? Point is, this is gonna work. We fixed it. You need to also be nullable. We're done. Let's see if it works. What are the chances this is gonna work on the first shot? Oh no, I put my focus somewhere else. Is it even running? It says build succeeded. Are you gonna start launching? Thank you. Okay, all right, here we go. The test. We got our dockable toolbar. We got the data table showing. We got the preview showing. You can do it with scroll synced left table and right table, regardless of which table I scroll in. Awesome. And now hover. But who knows if it's even emitting the event. Data table display. Well, I guess that was using the data set approach. I still do want to know if this is being called. Oh, it was showing. Okay, good. So here is the event being triggered. One thing that I am going to want to do is have a cancellation token. So if I do something like hover over a whole bunch of rows all at once, like this, it won't just keep going and going and going. Instead, I'll have a cancellation token source that will say, if you're starting this method again, cancel any other attempts to do this. Maybe even have a slight debounce to give it enough time to do that, like a 20 millisecond debounce or something. But we are seeing that it's doing the mouse entered row number blah, but it is also immediately mousing out. And the reason it's mousing out is because we're entering into the row from the border, but then we're leaving the row when we enter the TD. And I remember that that is also an issue that we need to take into consideration. So we're both entering and leaving pretty much at the same time. But we should still, for a millisecond, see the table row on the other side hover, but it's not. But point is that we are emitting the event that we need to. I just need to put it on every TD instead of every row. And that's just going to be very simple in this case because we are looping through all of the TDs. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm just going to do it. We're looping through all of the columns in a given row since this is a data table. So instead of needing to copy this multiple times, I just put it in one place since we're already in a loop there. So I did that, and it is hot reloading, supposedly. There it goes. Okay. And now, yes. And now you can see, oh man, this is still rough. It's still very rough. Because if I enter it in a very specific way, it doesn't stay in that cell. It'll still pass through. I know what the answer is to that. I've run into this so many times before. On mouse enter. Oh, maybe not for this case. Stop propagation. And this is on mouse over. Wait, I did end up using on mouse enter? And it's still doing it multiple times? That doesn't make sense. So let's change these two to on mouse over. Go with president, not sure's answer. There. Perfect. It's still weird that it's entering and exiting multiple times for the same cell. Is it because of padding? It's because it's still entering child items. The cell wrapper. It's entering the cell wrapper too. Can we on mouse over prevent default? Oops. Yeah, that's not helping. You can see though that we are getting the forced hover style within that data table, which is good, but the one that we're missing is the wait, it's working. the styles are not getting applied. So if you look over in my DOM, you'll see that there is this force hovers style class that's getting applied to the left table as I hover over right table elements. So it is working. It is absolutely working. Okay, so there's two things that I need to fix with this though. The first one is the on mouse over triggering when I move from the div container to the TD, or from the TD to the div container that's inside of that TD. The second one, well, I guess that's not that big of an issue, because the hovered row is going to be the same. The second one is, there are three issues. Well, I guess there's two issues because that first one doesn't count. One of them is if I hover fast over a whole bunch, it runs the handler for all of those hovers. So I need to add a debounce and a cancellation token. Where are my notes? Where are my notes? Where are my notes? My notes. Yes. Okay. So add debounce and cancellation token source to mouse move handler. That's what I was thinking of. Mouse. Yeah. So mouse move handler, which I'm going to rename to mouse move right now, actually, so that I don't forget. Cool. All right, so there's the mouse move handler. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. It is mouse move as opposed to mouse over were the two that I was thinking, not mouse enter. And then mouse out. So I'm adding a debounce and cancellation token source to this. And then the other issue is refresh the data grid data table when selected rows changes. And so that one's going to be a little bit harder to detect because it's a collection and it's not easy to listen for events when you add or remove an item to a collection. So I'll have to get creative with that. Oh my gosh, we're using state. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move selected rows into state and have an event that fires when adding, removing selected rows. Oh my gosh. That's what I get for trying to rush this last bit. So what I just said to myself and to you-ish is this parameter is going to get moved into the state class. There is always a state class available for the data table display. There is not always. Thank you for that. I no longer have a heart. Who needs a heart anyway? Thank you, Big Gamey. I don't know why it isn't showing up in chat. I think my chat's disconnected. My chat's like, we're done for the day. You need to quit. All right, so we're gonna quit. I'm gonna find out whether it would make sense to put it into state or to leave it as a selected rows, because there isn't always a state available to our data table display. All right. Yeah, but we need some way of refreshing the target table the opposite table when we change selected row. So if I check mark this and I mark it as skip, then I would probably want a line to go all the way across. And it's probably going to be a matter of adding a column to the data tables or something. I don't know. We're going to find out. Okay, but that is going to be it for me for today. We got pretty far. We still did a lot for me getting sidetracked the way that I did. I'm going to commit the changes that I just made, and so that they'll be available on the other computer. No, says Big Amy. You had a great stream though. I loved your stream today. It was fantastic. I love your stream every day, but it was an especially good stream today. If you guys don't know Big Amy, I'm sure you do, but if you don't know Big Amy, you should definitely check out his channel. He is one fantastic, upstanding, bipedal, humanoid, mind-body complex entity that you would just enjoy being around. Old. Oh, no. Wrong troll. Oh, TBD. And it's probably been long enough, but we should be able to get another shout out for TBD in before the raid finishes. But we are just going to raid over to Irish John Games. I'm going to switch over to music development. Note that Irish John Games' stream is marked as for mature audiences, so if you are not a mature audience, then please leave. Enter at your own risk. He uses a lot of foul language, which I'm not bothered by one bit, but there are people that are bothered by foul language. So if you don't want to hear that, if you don't want to be exposed to that, completely understand. But yeah. Okay, that's it for now. Let's see if we can get this in before the timer counts down. Shout out TBD Gamer. Is it long enough? 15 seconds. 15 seconds. And bam. Oh no, that didn't work. There, Dukasoft got it. Awesome. All right. Well, anyway, thank you all for being here. I will be back in on Friday for Community Day starting at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time. Proceed. And after that, I will most likely do my workday stream. What else? Videos go on YouTube. Enjoy. I'm out of time.